Alright, hello, welcome back. Welcome back to Late Night Game Dev. I'm Charles, and today we're going to be playing Reaper. Yep, just learning how to think Reaper works, playing around, and hopefully perhaps we could probably do some composition, or making, the music for the game. And so, um, yeah, that's what we're going to do for the next 2 hours, and just learn and grow. So let me go ahead. Kind of brought some things up. Boom. Okay, so there's this. All right, and I kind of already started this tutorial a little bit, but I kind of have to do other things, at, you know, at this other things at this time. So life took it over a little bit. So, but you know what? Let's go ahead and power through this. Let me go and play.
And now we have a little bit.
Oh, oops, wrong one. Oh, okay. I wish this was a bit more responsive. But yeah.
Bit more space to work with. Next, I want to get some audio inside of Reaper to better explain what we can do in the arrange area over here and the track control panel. So to do that, I'm going to pull in some demo files that I have provided to you, and they should be linked in the description of this video.
Yes, it should be linked, huh? Oh, okay. Beginners. Assets. Okay, hold on. Let me extract it all. Yeah, you know what? Let's go and extract it all. Just leave it in the download. Reapers for beginners. Okay.
Video, there'll be a zip file. If you unzip that, you will find a folder in there called demo track 95 BPM. Now, because these files were recorded at 95 BPM, before I drag them in, I want to jump back to Reaper and just set my tempo down here in the transport bar to 95.
Oh, okay. So we set this at a tempo. So with 4x4 signature 95. Oh, okay.
I'm going to explain why I'm doing that now in an upcoming lesson, but for now, just follow along. And now we can click and drag in the drum file right here.
Okay, so dragging the drum file. Demo track 95 BPM. Okay, just up. Come on. Okay. Okay.
And you can see as I do, it's snapping to this grid. I'm going to pull it all the way over to the left. And it's snapping because I have snapping enabled over here in the main toolbar. And you can uncheck that and get more fine control. But for the most part, if you are working in a music context, you're going to want to have this grid here set up to the tempo of your project to make sure that all of your beats and your measures in the sections of your song are aligned properly. Otherwise, things are going to get real squirrely really quick.
Yeah.
So now that I have my drums inserted into Reaper, you can see that Reaper created a track. It's track number 1, and it automatically labeled it drums based on the file.
Wait, okay, so labeled to drums, yeah, but it says offline though. Whew, okay. Wait, hold on. Why did it say offline? Oh, okay. That was kind of weird. Okay, hold on, let me. Oh, okay. It's just single scroll. Okay.
File name, and I can press spacebar to play.
Oh, okay. So let's see if I press okay. So press spacebar to play. Cool.
Once the play cursor reaches the end of the media item, it's automatically going to stop, but at any time you can just press the spacebar to play and stop.
Okay.
So, like I said before, this is called the arrange area, and this is where you can arrange your media items. In Reaper, this is not called an audio clip, it's called a media item. And media items can be audio, they can be MIDI, they can be video, and they can even be graphics like a JPEG or a PNG. And you also don't need any special kind of tracks. A track in Reaper is a track.
Wait, a graphics and a graphics, PNG, or JPEG. That is. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's that used for. It says one's an image, one's a sound, so. Two different senses?
It doesn't matter if it has audio on it, MIDI, video, graphics. In fact, you can have one track contain multiple things with multiple different channels of audio. So you can have mono, stereo, multi-channel, MIDI on the same track. It doesn't matter, which is a really cool feature of Reaper. So let's get another audio file in here. Let's pull in the bass, and I'm going to pull that down below my drums, just like this. And you can see I now have two tracks over here. Let's check out what this sounds like.
Oh no, let me play this.
Finally, I'm going to pull in the last two tracks, and this time I'm going to do it together. I'm going to select the guitar and the piano and then pull those down below the bass. And then Reaper is going to pop up this little message saying, hey, you're inserting multiple media items. Do you want to put those on separate tracks or sequentially on a single track? I'm going to choose separate tracks because that's what I want. And now I have my guitar and my piano.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, this gets me really excited.
Very cool. Like I said before, this is the arrange area. And in the arrange area, you can do a ton of things. You can move your media items around. So maybe you don't want the guitar to start at the beginning or the piano to start at the beginning. We can just pull those over. You can move one at a time. You can right-click and drag to make a rectangular selection, and you can move two items at the same time. If I put the mouse on the edge of the media item and drag to the right, you can extend the length, and this will automatically loop because looping is enabled. If you right-click on a media item and go to settings, you can see loop item source is enabled, and that is enabled.
Well, hold on. So that actually does automatic looping. Wait, item settings. Oh, loop item source. Cool. I mean, yeah. I mean, rather than it's like, oh yeah. So if you need to extend the beat, right? Yeah, you can see that it's like the pattern, right? You want to establish a pattern, continue with the pattern. Well, you know, rather than copy paste, you just already establish that pattern, and boom.
By default, although you can change that in the preferences if you don't like that. But because all of these have been recorded to be exactly 4 measures long at 95 BPM, I can extend these and they will loop seamlessly. So I'll just pull this out to be, let's say, 12 measures long. And let's have the piano come in right here, and then the guitar come in at measure 5. And I'll just extend these out a little bit longer. I'll hit W on the keyboard to bring the edit cursor back to the beginning, and then spacebar to play.
W.
Very good. It's not incredibly interesting, but it's good to use for a little demo like this. So the arrange area is where you can move things around, you can edit, you can make things shorter or longer by adjusting their length. You can fade items in, you can fade items out. You can see when I put the cursor to the edge of a media item on the top, so the top right edge or the top left edge, the mouse turns into this little fade tool here, or if I bring it down, it becomes a trim tool like that. And I'm going to go over all of those edit type functions in another lesson, so don't be too overwhelmed with all of those things that I didn't really explain well. I'm going to explain all of those more in an upcoming lesson. One thing that I do want to cover now is how to navigate around in the arrange area right here, because you're going to see me do all kinds of things like this. I'm going to be zooming in and out and moving all around. So let me go over just a few things. If you want to zoom in to a particular section, there are multiple ways to do it. One of the things that you have to learn about Reaper is that there's 50 different ways to do everything, which is great because you can make Reaper work how you want to work. But how I usually do it is set the edit cursor to the point that I want to zoom into, and then I use the mouse scroll wheel to zoom in. And it's going to zoom into wherever I have that edit cursor set on the screen, which is very handy. So if I want to check out this section right here, I'm just going to click and set the edit cursor there and then scroll in to zoom into that section. So let's say you want to make your base track taller. What I usually do is hold down Control and then scroll with the middle mouse button. Now, by default, what Reaper is going to do is zoom into whichever track is in the center. So if I want to zoom into the bass, that becomes a little bit tricky because right now it's zooming into the piano, which is not what I want. But let me show you how to fix that. I'm going to hit Control P and jump into the preferences, and I'm going to type in this little search box here, vertical zoom. This search feature in the preferences is absolutely amazing. I don't know why every application doesn't have this because it's fantastic. And this is the option that I want to change right here, vertical zoom center. You can see by default it's set to track at center of view, but I promise you, you will find that just as annoying as I do. So I'm going to change it, and I recommend that you change it as well to track under mouse cursor. Now you could, if you want to, change the horizontal zoom center as well. Currently that's set to the edit cursor or play cursor, but you could also change that to the mouse cursor. However, in my experience, I find that way too fiddly because as I am zooming into a particular section, my mouse will inadvertently move, and then I will not be zoomed into the exact section that I want to. So I usually just leave this to the edit cursor, and that works for me. I'm going to click OK, and now when I hold down Control and I scroll up, you can see it's going to zoom into whichever track or media item is underneath my mouse cursor, which is exactly what I want. Another way to zoom into an area that you want to take a better look at is to hold Control and Alt and then right-click and drag. You can see I get this little magnifying glass tool, and there is a green highlight over the area that it's going to zoom into. So if I want to zoom into, let's say, just this drum section here, these 3 beats, I can just hold Control and Alt and zoom right in. It's very handy. If you want to zoom out horizontally all the way, there is a keyboard shortcut for that. It is Control, page down. And if you want to minimize the height of all of your tracks, you can use the tilde key, which is just to the left of the 1 key on the keyboard.
Oh.
You can also use these scroll bars on the side, and just below this vertical scroll bar, there's a little plus and minus button, I guess. You can click those to increase the height or zoom in vertically, and the same thing here. You can zoom in horizontally by clicking and dragging or pressing these little plus and minus buttons here just to the right of this scroll bar. I don't usually use these scroll bars because I think they're just a little bit too fiddly. There's a few other things that I want to show you. One of those is making a time selection. So if you click and drag in the arrange view here, as long as you're not over a media item, because if you click and drag a media item, that's going to move the media item. But if you go up here to the ruler area, which is what this area is right up here. You can click and drag to make a time selection. And then down here in the transport bar, you can see how big of a section that is. So that was 2 measures that I made a selection of. And that's because my current ruler is set to measures, beats, and subbeats. And then there's another time unit underneath, which is minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. Now, if I wanted to change that, all I need to do is right-click in the ruler area, and then I can come down here and change this to minutes and seconds. And now you can see that my selection has changed to minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. But for music, it's probably best to keep this to measures and beats. That makes the most sense. And with a time selection, there are a bunch of edit things that you can do. You can copy and paste in your time selection. You can loop in the time selection. Down here, you can toggle repeats, which is just off the screen. That little pop-up is just off the screen. You can see right there. You can toggle repeats, which is R on the keyboard. And that way, if there was a section that you just wanted to loop to practice, you can really quickly just create a section like this, press R on the keyboard to enable repeats, and then press play.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to go over all the things that you can do with the time selection, but I'm going to cover more of those in an upcoming lesson on editing, and you're going to pick up more of those things as I go throughout this course. One thing that I do want to touch upon, which I did a little bit already, is the amazing right-click menus in Reaper. You'll notice that if you right-click in the Arrange area, you get a different menu than when you right-click on an item, or a track, or the Mute button, or some of these items in the toolbar up here, like the Snap and Grid settings, or the metronome. The right-click menus in Reaper are pretty fantastic, so if there's ever a thing that you want to change, odds are if you right-click on it, you will get the option that you are looking for. Down here, like I mentioned before, this is the transport bar, and you have all of your typical transport buttons, like go to the beginning of your project, go to the end of your project, record, play, toggle repeats, stop, and pause. All of those have keyboard shortcuts, which you can change if you want to. Over on this side, you've already seen that you can set a tempo, and you have a time signature setting right here. I'm going to go over those in more detail coming up real soon as well. And you have a playback rate knob right here. So if for whatever reason you wanted to slow down or increase the playback of your project, you can do that as well. Changing the playback may not seem super relevant right now, but there are plenty of times that I use that. For example, when I'm editing an audiobook or voiceover, a lot of times I can edit at 1.5 or 2x speed to save me a lot of time because I can process the dialogue a lot quicker if it's running really, really fast. And there's also an option here that I want to show you that's just off the screen. Let me just bring this over just a little bit. And that is to preserve the pitch in audio items when changing the master play rate. And that's really handy because if you do change the playback rate, you can keep the pitch exactly the same. In the top left section of the screen, you should see the main toolbar. And this is where you will find common buttons like New Project, Open Project, Save Project, Project Settings, Undo, Metronome, and more. This is called the main toolbar because there are actually multiple toolbars that you can switch to. In fact, there are 16 different toolbars that you can use in addition to the main toolbar, and all of those, including the main toolbar, can be customized. So if you didn't want some of these buttons in here, like maybe you already know the keyboard shortcut for New Project and Save, and you want to get rid of those buttons and replace them with something more useful, you can do that, which is awesome. And then finally, this is the track control panel, which I mentioned before. And I'm going to be covering tracks in the track control panel in more detail in the next lesson. So check that out coming up next.
Okay.
Purina puppy chow and kitten chow. Highly digestible with sensitive stomachs.
Tracks in Reaper. To get started.
Okay, so that was just really basic at this point.
I'm going to create a new project, which you can do by clicking the New Project button right here, or going up to the menu and choosing File, New Project, or use the keyboard shortcut Control-N. And because I set up those preferences in a previous lesson to prompt to save on New Project and set a default save location for my projects, Reaper is going to open up right to my Reaper Saves folder, and I can name my project. I'm going to call it Tracks. And while this is open, I want to go over some of the save set.
Rear. Huh. I should say Reaper saves.
Things down here. One thing that I like to do with all of my projects, whether it's in Reaper, Photoshop, After Effects, Premiere, Blender, whatever, is I like to create a folder that contains my project files and all of my assets and all of the other files associated with the project. And you can do that really easily with this button right here. So now instead of manually creating a folder and then putting my project in that folder, Reaper is going to do that for me. And then in my project, if I decide to record any audio, all of that audio is going to go inside my tracks folder in a subfolder called audio files, which is why I set that up in the project settings in a previous lesson. These other two options are very useful as well. So this option right here will copy all media into project directory. And this is great if you have assets all over your drive or all over several drives, and you want to consolidate all of those. You want to pull them into one project folder. That's very useful for doing that. You can also convert your media if you have them in different formats, and for whatever reason you want those all to be a WAV file, for example, you can do that right here as well. You can also move all media into project directory, which is similar to copying, except with this move option enabled. It's going to remove the files from wherever they are and then place them in your project directory. This is great for some things and maybe not so great for other things. For example, if I'm doing a sound design project, I have a sound design folder with thousands of sound effects in it, and if I inadvertently checked this and then saved my project, whatever sound effects I was using in my Reaper project will now be removed from all of my sound design folders and put in my project folder, which means the next time I went to look for those sound effects, they wouldn't be where I was expecting them. So use caution when you're using this option down here. I'm going to click Save, and let's jump in and talk about how to create tracks moved from all of my sound design folders and put in my...
Wait, okay. Hold on.
If I inadvertently checked this and moved from my project, whatever sound effects I was using in my Reaper project will now be removed from all of my sound effects in project, wherever they are, except move, so kill them into Live. Why I set that up in the project.
Reaper 1 Reaper saves. Okay, we're going in here. He's going to call it track. Kind of wish he just said it like that way. You know. Oops. Okay. Come on. We're going. Oh shoot! I must have skipped right a lot.
Means the next time I went, use caution when you're using this option down here. I'm going to click Save, and let's jump in and talk about how to create tracks in Reaper. Like you saw in some previous lessons, this is super easy. If you right-click over here in the track.
Okay. You know what? I guess we just call track then. So you mean he's starting new, starting fresh. Okay.
Control panel, you have 4 different main options for creating tracks. You can insert a new track or use the keyboard shortcut, Control-T. You can insert multiple tracks. So let's say, for example, we wanted to create 3 vocal tracks. You can type in whatever number or select from a drop-down here, and then you can choose if you want those after the last.
Wait, hold on. Wait, where did you get this? Okay.
Creating tracks, you can insert a new track or use the keyboard shortcut, Control-T. You can insert multiple tracks.
Oh,
so let's say, for example, we wanted to create 3 vocal tracks. You can type in whatever number or select from a drop down here, and then you can choose if you want those after the last touched track or at the end of the project. I'm going to click OK, and now you can see I have vocal 1, 2, and 3. Super useful. You can also insert a virtual instrument on a new track. And when you select this option, Reaper's going to open up the effects browser, and it automatically selects the instruments, and then you will have a list of all of the available virtual instruments on your system. Now, you're probably not going to have many of these, but you're definitely going to have these top 3, which come with Reaper. So if you select something like Resynth and then click Add, you're going to see it's going to create that track, and it's automatically going to arm that track for recording, which means you can play on your keyboard and you can get to recording that virtual instrument right away. I'm going to delete that track, and let's check out this option here, Insert Track from Template. This is a fantastic option if you find that you are inserting the same types of tracks in multiple projects. I use this, for example, for some more complex virtual instruments like Native Instruments Contact, where I have 16 different samplers running in one effects instance. And so I have in my main install of Reaper a track template that will build for me 16 MIDI tracks, 16 audio return channels, and it has all of the routing to and from Contact for the MIDI and the audio, and it saves me a ton of time because building that from scratch would take several minutes, and it loads in just a second.
Jeez.
And to create a track template, it's super simple. You just select whatever tracks you want to make a track template, and then you right-click and choose Save Tracks as Template. Super simple. Finally, you can show the master track in your track control panel. Now, your master track is where all of the audio in Reaper gets routed to. So all of your tracks that have audio and virtual instruments on them, whatever sends that you have and receives, that all gets routed eventually to the master track. And having that in your track control panel can be very handy so that you can monitor the levels and you can adjust your processing here if you want to. There's a couple other ways that you can view the master track, so you can also float this and dock it to the side or look at it in the mixer control panel, but you might find that it's useful to have here in the track control panel as well. I'm going to delete those tracks, and I'm going to bring in
Let me just
control panel as well. Might find that it's and dock it to the side. There's a couple other ways that you can view the master track, so you can also float this and dock it to the side or look at it in the mixer control panel, but you might find that it's useful to have here in the track control panel as well. I'm going to delete those tracks, and I'm going to bring in the demo track 95 BPM tracks that you saw me use in a previous lesson, and I'm going to go over some of these track controls over here really quickly. If you've ever used any other audio software, a lot of these controls will be very familiar. On the left, you have
Wait, so he's just gonna delete it. Okay.
control panel, but I'm going to delete those to have here in the track or look at it in the mixer control panel, but you might find that it's useful to have here in the track control panel as well. I'm going to delete these.
Okay.
Just select whatever tracks you want to make a track simple. Control panel. Now, your master track is where all of the audio in Reaper gets routed to. So all of your tracks that have audio and virtual instruments on them, whatever sends that you have, and having that in your track processing here if you want to. There's a couple other ways that you can view the master track, so you can also float this and dock it to the side or look at it in the mixer control panel, but you might find that it's useful to have here in the track control panel as well. I'm going to delete those tracks, and I'm going to bring in the demo track 95 BPM tracks that you saw me use in a previous lesson, and I'm going to go over some of these track controls over here really quickly. If you've ever used any other audio...
Okay, so I gotta bring that in, huh? Oops. Hold on. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Ooh. Here, hold on. Be right back. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Now I'm back.
audio software a lot.
Okay, so he brought them tracks back in. So we're gonna bring them back in. Yes. Drum, well, bass, drum, yeah.
A lot of these controls will be very familiar. On the left, you have a track number. This is the button to arm and disarm your track for recording. You can double click in this area here to change the name of your track. This knob here sets the volume for this particular track. You can click and drag to set the volume to wherever you want. If you want to reset this, you can just double click that knob and it'll go back to 0 decibels. Just to the right, you have a route button, and this will bring up all of the routing controls so that you can send audio to another channel, you can receive audio. There's a bunch of cool stuff that you can do with this, which you're going to learn about in an upcoming lesson. Then you have the effects button. If there are no effects on your track, the first time you click this, it'll bring up the effects browser, and then you can insert an effect, maybe something like re-EQ to put a basic EQ on your track. And once you have an effect on your track, you'll see that this turns green to let you know that there are effects on this track.
Oh, okay.
The next button is the trim button, or it's labeled trim, and this will allow you to adjust the automation mode and make visible and arm various envelopes for your track. This can be a little overwhelming to look at because there are a lot of switches, but I'm going to cover this in a little bit of detail in an upcoming lesson. And then finally, you have the pan control right here, and this adjusts how much of your audio gets routed to the right channel or the left channel. By default, all of your tracks will be right in the center, meaning even if they're a mono track...
Wait, oh. Oh, okay, so they... Okay.
It's going to send an equal amount of amplitude to the right and the left channel, but you can click to adjust that here, and just like the volume, if you double click this knob, it will reset to the center. Over on the right side, you have a mute button, which does exactly what you think it would do. If you mute the drums, you can't hear the drums. And below that, you have a solo button, and with the solo button pressed, the drums are the only thing that you can hear. And you can control the mute on a single track, or you can control the mute and, in fact, most of these other settings on multiple tracks by selecting multiple tracks and then making an adjustment. So you can control the volume for all of your selected tracks, the pan, the mute, or solo. That's kind of a temporary way to create a track group so that you can make adjustments on several tracks at the same time. In the bottom corner, there is a phase button, and if you click this, it will invert the phase of your audio. And this can be very useful if you are mixing drums, for example. A lot of times there will be a top snare drum mic and a bottom snare drum mic, and sometimes it can sound better to flip the phase on the bottom snare drum mic so that you get the proper low frequency balance between those two microphones. Otherwise, you can get some phase cancellation, which doesn't sound that great. Right here is a meter, which right now doesn't look like much because audio is not playing. But if I play...
So if I play my... So go in... Oops. W. Oh, okay. Okay.
You can see the meters light up here in all of the tracks and the master track up here, which brings me to my next topic, and that is customizing what the track control panel looks like.
Oh boy.
So you'll notice that this is a knob, and you may prefer to have something like a fader instead of a knob. Well, that's super easy to change. If you go to the menu and select options and then come down to themes and theme adjuster, and you go over to the track control panel, you'll see that there's a lot of settings that you can change. And you can experiment with this on your own, but I just want to point out a few things right now. First is that you can make simple adjustments to the size of various elements. So the volume size right now is set to knob. If you move it up just a little bit, it turns to a fader, and you can make that bigger, and you'll see that all of the other elements kind of wrap around to adjust, which is very handy. I'm going to set that back to a knob. One of the things that I like to do is get meter values on the meters, which will show up if you enable recording, but when you're just playing back, they are set to be hidden. You can see that right down here. Meter values, if track not armed, is set to hide. So if you uncheck this, then we should see meter values here, but we actually don't. For some reason, they don't show up when the meter size is set to 20 unless we increase it and then put it back. I don't know, that may be a bug that I'm going to have.
Oh, okay, so track controls. Meter value. Oh, and yeah.
Have to send to the Reaper team, and that'll probably be fixed in the near future. But there's a bunch of other settings that you can change here. You can change the size of the meter. You can put it on the left if you want, and a whole lot more. You can also see that there are multiple layouts for the track control panel, and you can adjust that right over here. So if you right click on one of the tracks, way down here you have options for track layout, and you can select the track panel, and then it's just off the screen here, but I have a B and a C. I don't know if I can get that to show up here. I'll make my tracks real tiny. Track layout, mixer panel. Yeah, it's just barely on the screen there. So if I select B, it's actually just going to be for that first track because that was the only one selected, but I'll select all my tracks and change them to the B layout there, and you can see that that has a different look to it, and some more elements are visible. It also changes the volume to a fader, and then there's also a C layout here, which arranges things a little bit differently. So you can have different layouts, you can customize each layout, and you can use them in different situations if you want, which is very cool. You can also change the colors of your tracks, which is something that I find very useful. To do that, with all my tracks selected, I'm going to change the color on all of them. I'll just right click on one of them and
But what kind of colors would you change them to? That's I mean, how is it useful to change the colors?
come down to track color, and then I have options to set all of them to one custom color. To set them all to random colors, I can set them all to one random color, or change them all back to the default color, which is this lovely gray right here. I'm going to choose random colors, and then if you want to tweak those even further, you could...
Wait, ow. So, track colors. Oh, that's single one. Oh, he selected all. Oops. Oh. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Track colors.
You
Okay.
track
Oh yeah, that's gonna be helpful to reset them to random colors and just, you know, which one's which by piece of colors. Very
color,
nice.
and then I have options to set all of them to one custom color. To set them all to random colors, I can set them all to one random color, or change them random colors. And then if you want to tweak those even further, you could set an individual track to a particular color, or you could jump over here to that theme adjuster again and hop over to the custom colors tab right here. And on this tab, you can see that there are a few different palettes that you can choose from. If you want to just update the random colors, you can click this Recolor Project using this palette button, and that will update the colors and cycle through several variations. You can select all of your tracks and set them to one color if you want. I'm going to undo that. Or you can pick a different color palette, something like Vice, which is super bright down here, and then cycle through some of these options. I think that looks pretty cool right there. Another option that you have for changing the look of Reaper is to install a different theme. And I want to show you that really quick. So I have downloaded a theme called White Tie Imperial, and I can install this to Reaper really easy. I'm just going to drag it right into Reaper, and then it's going to install and apply that theme. And this completely changes the look of Reaper to this very kind of skeuomorphic design here with these cool looking hardware buttons that glow. I think this is really cool. And there are tons of themes for Reaper, hundreds and hundreds of themes that completely change the look of the buttons and the colors. Some change it a little bit, some, like this one, change it an awful lot. If you want to go back to the default theme, you just go to Option, Themes, and then I'll just select Default. I actually like the stock version. I think this looks pretty slick, especially with the tracks colored. I don't much like the gray track aesthetic, but I think this looks pretty great. All right, that's pretty much it for tracks and track controls. I touched on a bunch of different things, and you're going to see a lot of the things that I talked about covered in more detail coming up in the next several lessons. But coming up next, you're going to learn about tempo, grid, and snap settings.
Tempo, grid, and snap settings, huh? Wow. Oh, man. I mean, I am glad that I am actually going through this. But, ooh, man, I apologize if I look very sleepy, because I am very sleepy. I just took a shower. And I just also helping my wife out to edit her YouTube channel. So, and the plus today is Monday too. So Mondays ain't really a good day for me. I don't like Mondays, especially. It's just like you got to get back and gear yourself up for the week, especially after you come back from the weekend. Even worse when you come back from like vacation. So, or a whole long weekend. So, yeah. Okay. Let's keep on going. Dang, every single the lessons is gonna be like mid rolls. Ugh.
Now at Verizon, get iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us.
Dang, I mean, if all three on Verizon, I guess that's, what's going on? I mean, are they desperate for customers? They're gonna try to, Apple-fied somebody or something? Or, I don't know. Seems to be kind of pretty desperate move.
First thing that I want to show you is what happens to media items in Reaper when you adjust the tempo. Right now, my project is set to 95 beats per minute, and my media items take up 4 full measures.
Actually, hold on. Since right now it's set to 120, right? So if I do what? W? So, okay, we adjusted to 95 then. Oh, yeah, slow.
Measures. You can see that right up here in the ruler. Here's measure number 1, measure number 2, 3, and 4. And at the end of measure 4 is measure 5, and you can see that there's nothing here. These media items are 4 measures long. Now check out what happens when I change the tempo from 95 to 110. In the arrange area here, things kind of shrank horizontally, and my items are now shorter than they were before. And you can see that right above each media item where it says rate 1.158. This means that they are playing back faster, but...
Okay, you know what, maybe... Okay, okay, so... Maybe I should put 98, put this here. Oh, no. Let's just do this. Yeah. Okay, so you always gotta learn how do you add and delete. Yeah, delete the select 4, 110. Let's see, so this says 95, right? So probably I kind of screwed up a little bit earlier. It's like, oh, just go ahead and drag all that stuff in. Before considering. Yeah, here we go, right? Yeah. So if I were to play this again. Oh, wow, okay. So you gotta make sure at the right off the bat that if you're on the right tempo. Otherwise, when you import, it's gonna look smushed, and it's kind of like that scaling effect in Godot. So gotta remember that.
But they need to play back faster so that they still take up the same amount of musical space, which you can see that they do if you look at this ruler and the grid here. There's still 4 measures.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Long, but because 110 has more beats in it per minute, they need to be shorter. Check out what this sounds like.
A little bit fast.
So what Reaper has done is it's done some time stretching to make these shorter, and it's kept the pitch exactly the same, and it still takes
Maybe more like a time compression. I mean, it's supposed to be slower.
up the same amount of musical space, again, 4 measures. Now, if I adjust the tempo slower, Reaper will stretch the items the other way. I'm going to come down here and set the tempo to 80, and now you can see that the rate has been set to 0.842. And check out how this sounds.
Well, very slow.
Now they're slower than they were before, but they're still taking up the same amount of musical time. This is the default behavior for Reaper, and it's very useful when you are recording and editing music. However, this is not always what you want. There are many times when you are going to want to adjust the tempo in Reaper, but you don't want Reaper to adjust the rate of your items. In order to do this, what you want to do is to change something in the project settings. But before I do that, I'm going to set this back to 95 BPM, and then I'm going to jump up here into the project settings, which you can find right here in the toolbar. In the project settings tab, there's an option to adjust the time base for items, envelopes, and markers. Currently, it is set to beats, position, length, and rate. But if you don't want Reaper to adjust the rate of your items, you can change this to time. I'm going to click OK, and now when I change the tempo, what you're going to see is that the grid is going to change, so the arrange area is going to change, but the length of my items won't change.
Oh.
Now you may be wondering why this is useful. Well, sometimes what I need to do is edit some pre-produced music, and what I want to do is to align the grid to my music, and I don't want the rate of my music to change. And so when I'm doing that, I change the time base over to time so that the rate of my audio item doesn't change. Other times, I will be editing a voiceover, a podcast, or an audiobook in Reaper. And for those projects, I also set the time base to time so that I don't inadvertently change the tempo and alter the rate of my dialogue tracks. Let's look at another example. In this example, I have a simple project with 1 track. This track has a virtual instrument on it from Spitfire Audio. It's a simple drum kit. And in the arrange area, I have a MIDI item that has a simple drum beat that repeats. And it just repeats like that for a minute or so. In project settings, you can see that it is set to beats for the time base. And if I change the tempo from 70 to 80, check out what happens. Instead of adjusting the rate of the MIDI item, the MIDI notes actually align to shift to the new tempo. So you won't see a rate indicator above the MIDI item. In other words, instead of time stretching the audio, because this isn't audio, with MIDI, it's just triggering the notes at a different time so that they still align to the tempo.
Oh.
You can also have more than 1 tempo in your project by inserting a tempo marker.
Tempo marker.
I'm going to come over here to measure 5 and insert a tempo marker. You can add a tempo marker by right-clicking in the ruler area and choose Insert Tempo Time Signature Marker. You can also find that over here in the Insert menu, Insert Tempo Time Signature Change Marker, or use the keyboard shortcut, Shift-C. There are several options here, starting with the tempo. I'm going to change this to 120. You also have the option to set a time signature. So my project by default was set to 4/4 time, but I could set it to a new time signature right here if I wanted to. I could also change the BPM basis. So instead of having one beat be a quarter note, I could have it be an eighth note or one of these other options. I'm going to uncheck this for now. You also have the option to set a different metronome pattern if you want, and you can gradually transition tempo to the next marker. But I'm just going to leave all of these at their default, and I'm only going to change the tempo to 120 and click OK. Now, a couple of things changed in the Arrange view and the ruler area here. Now I have two tempo markers. This is the tempo marker that I just inserted, but anytime you add a tempo marker, Reaper's automatically going to add another tempo marker with whatever your tempo was originally at the beginning of your project. You can also see this blue line showed up here in the master track. And if you hover over this, you'll see that this is the tempo map envelope. So the envelope is this line representing what the tempo is at any given time in your project. You can see that right here, it's 120, and right here, it's 80. Let's check out what this sounds like if I play it back from measure 4.
Well, that is fast.
So you can see right at measure 5, we have that increase, and it jumps immediately to 120 beats per minute. Now I'm going to double click on this first marker here, and I'm going to show you this option right here. And that is gradually transition tempo to next marker. So right now, it's maintaining 80 BPM right until measure 5, and then it instantly goes to 120.
Yeah.
But by checking this and then clicking OK, now it's going to slowly increase the tempo over these 4 measures until it gets to measure 5. Check it out.
Wow,
There are more things you can do with tempo and time signature, but for now, let's talk about grid settings. I'm going to jump back to my previous project and take a look at the grid. The grid is made of these vertical lines in the arrange area, and you can enable and disable the grid with this button right here in the toolbar. So you can turn it off and you can turn it on right here. The grid helps you to align your media items and arrange your project, and it can be adjusted to fit your needs. Currently, the grid is set to quarter notes, and you can change that by coming up here to the grid button and right-clicking on it, which opens up the Snap Grid settings. The top section of the Snap Grid settings deals with the grid, and the main thing that you want to adjust here is the grid line spacing. Like I said before, it's set to quarter notes, but often I'll change this from quarter notes to something like eighth notes or even 16th notes, and you can see when I do that, there are a bunch of more grid lines that show up here in the arrange area, and that's very helpful if I'm trying to align things with a little bit more precision, and I have these grid lines to help guide me to see exactly where those 8th and 16th notes are.
Yeah, that's gonna definitely be really useful. You know, especially if you want to like do things like a little more complex things or complex beats, like here's one. It's like a quarter note and a dot. So quarter note and 1/8, you know, quarter note and a dot, and then, you know, so like it's like dun da 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 da. Oh gosh, this just reminded me of music orchestra.
And you have several other options to choose from. You can do 1, 2, and 4 measures, and you can even set this to frame, which sets it to your video frame rate, which you can set in your project settings.
Video frame rate.
These options here with the T at the end stand for triplet. So this would be quarter note triplet.
So triplets are for like something like, so you have a quarter note, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? Triplets will be like, if it's a quarter note triplets, right? 1/4 T, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. I guess my hands like boom, boom. 1 2 3 2 2 3 3 2 3 4 2 3. The eighth note would be right. One and a 2 and a 3 and one and a so quarter 1 2 3 4 1 dun 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 dun. So eighth note, right? So triplet of the eighth note. Da 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 da. Oh gosh. Ugh. Yeah, gotta really pay attention. uh I feel like right now watching this, like doing this tutorial late at night after like you take a shower, it's just a nightmare. Oh, I'll be honest. Like I don't just. I gotta say this. Like I am not. I'm not a. I'm not a morning shower person. Like I can't shower. Okay, I see how showers can wake you up in the morning, but for me, it's like I just want to go to sleep. You know, I mean, let's be honest. Do you want to go and sleep while you're kind of like a bit nasty and dirty, or you want to go to sleep in your bed while you're nice and clean? I don't know, man. I don't know, but that's me, you know. Oh gosh, yeah. Like showers to me, it's like I'm done. That's it. End of the day. I'm done. Good night. I'll see you in the morning.
Triplet, eighth note triplet, 16th note triplet, and 32nd note triplet. There's also an option down here where you can swing your grid, and you can adjust the swing of your grid. But honestly, this is something that I have never used. And that's because in jazz music, swung eighth notes are the same thing as a quarter eighth triplet.
What quarter eighth? Da 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 dun dun da 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 I think like James Bond theme is a jazz, right? Yeah, James Bond thing is jazz.
As music, swung eighth notes are the same thing as a quarter eighth triplet. So usually if I have a project that has anything to do with swing and I want my grid to be showing me a swung rhythm, I will just set this to eighth note triplets. And that works just fine for me. But you can do whatever works best for you.
Yeah. You know what? Quarter eighth note triplets is going to be good for me. Oh my gosh. Keep it simple. Yeah, just keep it simple. Ugh.
The snap enable button is right next to the grid button. Snapping allows you to easily align your items, markers, and envelopes and the cursor to whatever you have the snap setting, well, set to. Right now, if I try and move my media items, what you'll see is that they jump from beat to beat because snapping is enabled, and it's going to snap this media item from beat to beat. There's no way to put it in between these two beats unless I disable snapping, which you can do by clicking this button here or use the keyboard shortcut Alt-S or Option-S on the Mac. And if you disable snapping, now you can move this much more freely and with a lot more precision. But like I said before, it's a lot easier to arrange and move your media items around, especially in a musical context, if snapping is enabled. So I'm going to turn that back on, and you can see that things will snap really nicely.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta want it for in music. You want to make sure that it follows in the beat, because next thing you know, you'd be. I mean, I can see like the case where if you have like jazz, right? Triplets, you swing some of that notes. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Aaron 1206. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope I'm not boring you and everybody. Well, for me, right now, I am learning Reaper right now. So, in my previous streams, I was trying to figure out, like, should I use LMS? Should I use Reaper or any of this digital software? Ah, oh, CSS bugs. Yeah, that that's gonna be fun. I bet you if you probably do what was it SCSS, I think that's called, like another version of compiling and whatnot. Oh, trying to make my portfolio site mobile compatible. Oh. Oh man. Hey, no worries. Yeah, I think with CSS you can still do the same thing. Yeah, I think I did. It's just I know I probably gave a little bit off topic. But like the UX of it is like, if you don't like, for example, right? I think, yeah. I mean, as long as you know like the which mobile devices, since I used to test quite a bit, on multiple devices, working with Cartoon Network, especially like their games. Where they do web anything more. Oh, see, low level stuff. Gotcha. Gotcha. Hey, would you consider low level as assembler, if that rings a bell? Yeah. I know. I think there was assembly, but I just recently encountered. Oh, that was it. Yeah, it's gotcha. Yeah. Um. CPU instructions. Actually, you know what? Just quickly, assemble is okay. So there is assembly, right? Okay. Assembly language. Come on, programming language. All right. Low level computing. So assembler. Oh. Oh. Oh shit. There is assembly language. I think that's where, yeah, for on the CPU instructions, right? Like you were saying. And there is a assembler language. Assembler language. Close to machine code. Okay. The reason I brought assembler up is you know, I'm you know, I'm currently, yeah, aside from doing streaming and making a game. So I am making a game. But as a little dev, I have no idea what's, you know like, I'm completely not novice, but just trying to make something. And when the music, after the music, that's gonna be the art. um and I just have a little bit more of a coding background, so yeah, so this is completely new to me. Yeah. um on the same vein though, I'm also um I'm also interviewing. That was the idea I was doing with my site too. No frameworks or anything. Okay, feel free to get tips or critique it. Okay. Sure. Okay, Aaron clean XYZ. Okay. Please, no spam. No kidding. Oh, ready to work on your mobile, on your Java JS. Gotcha. Oh, okay, this is pretty cool. Here, let me. Okay. Um. So, Aaron, what kind of critique or tips are you going to be wanting to know more of? Like user experience kind of critique, or um, design. Okay, gotcha. Um, okay, so if I were to do, so my background, just to put up anything from a second eyes is helpful to you. Okay, gotcha. Here, so I do software automated testing, but in college I was gearing towards UI, UX, front end development, but you know, life always change. So if I were to go and do this, okay, I feel like this space right here that you have could have some sort of like visual transition. What I mean is that when I scroll down, right, something probably can connect the two. Maybe I don't know. Maybe could remove one layer and put like open source a little bit closer on the top. Exactly, something to encourage the scroll down. 100%. Yeah, 100%. Because it just seems like this is moving at empty space. At this time, it's a good problem. Good problem to have versus to having something a bit too busy. But yeah, this is fine. Let's see, open source. Okay. So content. Oh, okay. Updated four days ago. Okay. Um, no license, but you. Oh, okay. You know what? Okay. What I'm thinking a little bit is usually folks don't really like to open up a new. It's like they like to see everything kind of there, but you do run into an issue. But the caution is that hey, you put too much information, right? Too much information at one point, they're like, "Oh my gosh, I'm overloaded. I'm overloaded." So I do think no. So since this is kind of your resume, right? This is your resume, and yeah, right. It's your portfolio project, and this is kind of the, if I click on home, yeah. This is kind of where your landing page is, right? Okay. So let's say I'm a recruiter or some a hiring manager looking for things. Um, your audience is for job hunting, right? But in days like this, in today's market, right, there's just thousands of people who are applying. So I think with many applications, let's say 20,000 people applying for the same job. ATS system is going to probably clear about maybe 15,000, but still 5,000, still quite a bit. Um, if I'm the recruiter, the personas is I have a lot of 8 hours a day, maybe it's 10, right? 10 hours or eight to 10 hours a day. I do have other things that I do within a day as a recruiter or hiring manager. Right? Meetings and whatnot. You know, I still want the best candidates, but I am going to skim through the necessary keywords. Um, so, with what that means is how can I present? So, as a job candidate, prospect candidate, how can I present my information succinctly, but still trigger curiosity from the recruiter in a bit of a way, just food for thought, right? Your portfolio is like your resume. It's maybe even is the next step of the resume. Exactly, right. In a better way, it's like you go to Amazon.com, right? You go to Amazon.com. What do? You go, and usually most people kind of have an idea of what they want, but they just want to see if they get the cheaper option. There's that type of customer. So personas are, mean, I don't know if you know about personas much, but they help to kind of define who your audience is, right? Just like streaming, right? My audience is really for devs, developers, or and especially or people who are new to game dev, and they just wanted to see how the sauce making, right? I know most people probably want to see the beginning to the end, especially with YouTube. But yeah, so knowing your audience could help kind of focus in what your web design's gonna be. So with that in mind, I would say is under this details page, you could probably for let's see, quantum enhanced blockchain consensus protocol replacing the POWs. Yeah, with quantitative fidelity checks, reducing computation complexity for okay OMN. Okay, OMN. Yep, that kind of big O to O log event. For me, I kind of understand it a bit more than but not the technical details per se, since I've been engaged with blockchain, been kind of keeping up with the news a bit, and computer science stuff, right? OMN, right? Ooh, that's not good to log event, so which is good. Um, right. No, no, but see, so here's the thing. So yeah, Okay, well, yeah, proof of work. So acronyms. If I have to say this is say kind of for just helping folks to um with the resume to kind of make it stand out is kind of what Amazon uh does with their resume. It's like, okay, what kind of impact did you have? Here, let me. You know what? Let me see if I can. Yeah. Okay. Let me see what I have unpack. Yeah. Okay. Let me think. Where is it? Okay. Da, da, da. Let's bring up Notepad. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, I know. I should do have it in a Google Doc, Word doc, but just I don't want to try to show too much of try to make sure my information is tight. But here's what I'm gonna do. Yes, it is a bit like a star method, but um, it's really kind of like, for example, if I were here, okay, right. So you probably say something like, okay, what's kind of what the impact that you have. Wait, I'm making maybe a critical assumption uh, about you. So you definitely correct me if I'm wrong. Um, what it seems as if you might have working experiences, or at least, or you're maybe not at this point. Or do you have work experience at this point? Okay, all right. Hey, coding. Okay, okay, Textman. Okay, that's good. That's good. Um, so I think maybe something like this. Okay, in Amazon, right? I went through their interviewing process, and unfortunately, I did not get hired from them. So I'm just gonna throw that out. But when they are asking, it's the star method, right? Boiling it down to what it really means is like, okay, what kind of impact did you have? What kind of situation or story can you kind of tell in perhaps a a sentence, right? So for example, here for my resume, right? Um, you know, since I'm more on the QA side of the house, right? QA side of the house, right? I do have to coordination and uh, bug triage, right? So bug fix, no, not bug fixing per se, finding bugs, adding test automation, blah blah blah, all that stuff, right? But if you could say like something like, "Hey, I directed bug triage for this company's is a UI, collaborate with leadership to prioritize fixes and high stakes sunset phase." So from a business speak, right, it's usually be like, okay, right, they got to sunset things, you know, old tech for new tech because they has a better architecture, yada yada yada. But when you say you're directed this bug, it means like, hey, you took on the leadership role. You actually are the one, the primary responsible person for this. That you actually, can talk about. Hey, we sunsetted. There was no any issues. Blah blah blah. Right. And kind of so I guess in where a couple of things with on your end is, it kind of goes back to the audience. Um, Recruiters usually, there's some recruiters who would maybe know a little bit about quantum computing, or if you're looking for blockchain kind of work, right? Quantum mechanics, blockchain, distributed systems, quantum computing. What I wanted to just kind of say is kind of make it more, maybe if you make it more simpler as well. A great tool that I use is ChatGPT. Like, just say, hey, can you condense this down for me? Because us technical folks, right? Hey, it's what we learned, what we've done. So it's tech speak. So I expect folks to kind of know, but yeah. Yeah, but your primary engagement people are either recruiters, or really recruiters, really, or yeah, um, yeah, and then they're going to be the first line of contact, um, with you. So probably you could probably make it a little more simpler. Exactly, not exactly layman's for everybody. Yeah, but but what you can do is you can make yourself look better and says, hey, you know, I was let's say quantum computing, right? The project. I was the lead developer for the for I don't know Fidelity quantum computing systems, proof of concept. We are trying to make certain parts of yada yada to make it easier. Yeah, right. And so that this part is like your big statement, right? Your one liner to kind of like your one liner pitch. Hey, okay, oh, okay. So like you draw them in, and then, which then they would then, well, there's more details, right? The, if they're curious, they're gonna click on that, right? And then they're gonna read more about that, and that's just how human beings are. I guess you could say, and this is just yeah. So UI UX is just very interesting. How they can, or yeah, I don't know if there's. So I took a course to college. Um, well, courses actually. How you display information effectively would allow you to, yeah, well, yeah, why we display information effectively that will allow you to achieve that the effects that you desire. So in a way, it's like game development, right? The HUD, the um, the storytelling, the tutorial, this whole the user experience, is kind of something to think about. Um, you know, and one thing I could say is go ahead and do a quick sketch. I like to see how other people interact with the site. Hard to do it yourself when you've been staring at it for 100 hours. Mm, for 100 hours, yeah. Well, let me kind of take a quick look. Um, Google Analytics free. Is Google Analytics free? It gives you a tool free of charge to understand customer's journey and improve marketing ROI. Since you're more of a software developer than I am, I do wonder if, when, when you, that's why I like seeing how other people interact with the site. Hard to do it yourself. Okay. Would this would adding Google Analytics help you? Because I know when we, uh, man, it's a bit of a tragedy. When I joined my last company, we actually had Google Analytics, and and we had to test, make sure, hey, these the links. So yeah, I thought about adding some stuff. Analyzer, I use it with JS, but it's open source. I really don't want to. Okay, I mean that's fine. Um, yeah, you know, in the case if you do though, right, you could kind of see a bit of heat map, right? This nope. Band you, yeah, exactly, yeah. You, yeah, you could get some better heat map and all that. Um, so far, what actually, what, if I may ask, what has mostly users, what's something your users' comments? Have they, what kind of certain things that they said about your website? And by the way, your website, no, nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. Bachelor's in computer science, intelligent associates at Staples. Oh, let's see. Far details, but here I should make the images more visible at the top. Images should make the images more visible. So far, okay. Yeah, the details page. Oh, this guy. Mm-hmm. Top left, top left, right. Hmm. Oh, okay. Ooh. Okay. Hmm. All right. Far her should make the images more visible. Let me see. Give me a minute. We're not talking about these images, right? Not the. I think this was your. Maybe. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Let me scroll in. String node, content protocol. Okay, list, int. Python. Yep. Okay. Gotcha. Oh. This back and forth diagram. I kind of forgot what this was called. Maybe quest and receive. Save diagram. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess with the images, I guess you can. They definitely can say. Yeah, could be a little bit more readable, so to speak. Right at the bottom. Probably right down here, right? At the top card. Yeah, because definitely images can say, images are worth 1,000 words, right? So it can definitely, you know, let them less text. So I definitely could see what they do mean. Okay. Yeah. This one, well, from the looks of it, let me just double click on this. So if I'm going to look through your project, right, as a potential lead engineer, right, and I definitely do see this is okay. All right, and I know it's kind of hard these days because you have only a certain amount of time, but what could kind of help. So like right now, it says that you updated 4 days ago, right? But we have this starred, forking, and who's watching this. Yeah, exactly, right? So if you could kind of just get the data hooked up. Actually, let's see. Active branch. Okay, it's branching. Multiple pull requests in here. One watching. Fork. Yeah, so you have these three, right? I'm just a little bit worried that was it for yours, right? Since this is a GitHub, okay, not GitLab. GitLab has their own repo too. The thing is that this doesn't kind of help make it look better if it's like 000, right? Yeah, and I'm kind of go with the model of if it doesn't help you, just go ahead and just remove that. Um, oh, so that's the only one that doesn't have. Okay, let's go back to the other other projects details. Oh, okay, 9 stars. Okay. Ooh. And I just thought an idea, which could be quite quite annoying to do, but so you do have, let's say like this, right? You do have, this black background, right? But what if you kind of have a little bit of a GIF, or the image, maybe something like, yeah, your highlight image that's probably playing in playing, maybe showing in the background. I mean, right now, obviously this one looks pretty cool, right? That you could probably put kind of, as in, like, like they said, right, put it up more on top to kind of give that cool visuals in there. Yeah, this one, technical stuff for it is necessary. I do agree. I'm a big proponent for architecture diagrams, in interactions, right? Um, just you know, I might be biased, but I can see where there's like the other side's like, yeah, great, cool, lots of words and text. Um, Now, and actually, I am kind of curious. I would have another one for this project. Ah, that would have been really cool if you had it. Maybe even with the quantum computing, too, as well. If you do, if you could boot it up and maybe just, I don't know, show a, moving images. In a way, it's kind of like when we go to YouTube. We got our favorite subscribers, right? And they post something new. It plays a little bit of an image of on their their thumbnail, right? Yeah, you know. Oh, thanks. Yeah, exactly. The wallpaper. And so I was thinking for this high performance computing part, maybe have this as a wallpaper, perhaps. Like, oh, I don't know. I kind of debating if that's a good idea or not. Could be distracting. Um, yeah, something to think about. Um, I think, yeah, I really do. Okay, let me go back here. Full stack. Fitness AI dashboard. Full stack app. Machine learning. Okay. Linear algebra. So it looks like we got 2 machine learnings. Oh, okay. '21, 22, 25. Oh, consultant neural architecture. Oh, quantum computing capstone project. Oh, okay. Okay, so for this one definitely, your chronological order. Yeah, definitely go ahead and show what your most current. Um, I would even think about separating your schooling from your, yeah. So yeah, you essentially, so your most recent one's going to be on the top, and then they could go ahead and do the trace down Oh, if oh, it's pure separate in a full screen. Oh, I see what you're saying. One's on the a turn timeline. Oh yeah. So yeah, in that case, you're gonna have a little bit of a. No, I mean it is a chronological order, so it's yeah, it is doing okay. Mm. And you kind of been you're working already, well, with some IT experience, and since Canada, right? I'm assuming you're in Canada at this point. Um, oh, sorry, Carleton. Got Carleton University. Mm-hmm. Yes, implementing computer research under Doctor. Mm. You could go ahead and leave off your secondary school, since you already completed your bachelor's. Wait. Mm, mm, oh, 2025. And oh, okay, so you're not necessarily done yet. Perhaps, maybe. Um, yeah. Okay. Um, hmm. Fourth year, huh? Okay. So, if yeah, in that case, yeah, I would still go ahead from a chronological standpoint. Right here, right. The top one is your current most up to date. Like your project, your quantum computing capstone project. Um, right. Gotta highlight your educational background. I'm very tempted to suggest to you to kind of split, um, rather than instead of one single timeline, probably into two timelines. So when you put into mobile view, right? First off, you could put your work experience on the very top. Mm. Oh, since your fourth year, but I think currently right now in this market, nobody kind of really cares. Nobody kind of cares about you. And maybe this is not true in Canada, right? It's not true, but in the U.S., it's like years of experiences. Like you could graduate. I heard stories where you could graduate from UC Berkeley, be top of your class, and yeah, it's kind of really tough out there in terms of hiring job prospects. Um, I mean, they're gonna still see your university anyway, given that since you're still a student, right? Um, yeah, I would think go ahead and split off into two timelines, right? Top would be, hey, you know, your graduation. Once you graduate, it could probably truncate it down. Uh, no, still split into two. Yeah, split into two. It's kind of it would be from a recruiting standpoint. Um, I would like to see your your internship work experiences, right? That counts to me more. Uh, Unless you're going into master's degree, you know, more academia. Um, right? They will value more work because they want to see, hey, is this somebody who is we can hit the ground running, potentially hit the ground running? Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. In that case, yeah, probably into two separate timelines. Uh, you know, one labeled, hey, your internship work experiences, right? What's your most current one, and the other one, oh shoot, let me do this other way. Yeah, work experiences, and then your education, probably. Oh, 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 you've been through enough. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, yep. Schooling is I actually do enjoy schooling, but I have to hurry my ass through college because it was expensive, you know, out of state and stuff. Um, but yeah, contact me. Oh, contact me section. Huh. So, open source projects. Hmm. Are are you aiming for full stack web development, or software engineering? I know there's, the different disciplines and all. Any different low, ideally lower level. Okay, so, uh, just to give, I guess you're probably the only person here on chat, but for future references, for other folks, in the U.S. there's like essentially 3-4 levels. From a there's five. I know in Amazon they got like L3, 4, 5, 6, blah blah blah, different rankings, architect, right? But there's essentially, but from a person who's just kind of really starting out, or being mid level, right? There's only really 3 levels that to be concerned about. Junior roles, right? Um, junior developer, who kind of needs a bit of hand holding, and but can but still can try to solve problems, right? Just really fresh, learning something new. And then you got mid levels, is hey, they kind of know the culture, how do things work, um, how get the work done. Senior levels more engaged with architecture, as well, and maybe perhaps more of a team lead. They definitely are what we call a force multiplier. And then you got one above architect, maybe manager. You go through the technical route, or um, the management route, right? Um, since you want to be lower level, you know, any dev roles ideally lower level. Um, I definitely think you should leverage your experiences with AI stuff. Um, that um, I know probably it's like, geez, Charles, why? Well, I just got out of it. I'm sick and tired of this. I just give me a full stack dev work. So right now, the market, your basic expectations at this point would be, um, junior roles seems to be kind of maybe tough, just because of, like, the new administration here in the U.S. Things are kind of a bit crazy, per se, um, and that they are, you know, you also have like this old AI stuff, co-pilot. Um, I don't want to say even like, not Chat GPT, but more productivity, at this point. So the game right now, it's lower level, junior level roles are going to be kind of a pain. It might be difficult, but I do think, when, like, the idea is like they want to work more with less, and AI is supposed to be the bigger. Oh, like, lowest level C. Ooh, C plus plus, huh? C and CPP. C. Oh, okay. CPP. Oh, C plus plus embedded hardware. You know what? you might be able to. Because there's definitely, yeah, lower level in the abstraction layer. Okay. I have seen jobs for those. Oh, okay. Robotics? Oh, robotics? Hardware. Hardware. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to show more of the scientific testing side of the project. Don't know jack about hardware. Yeah. Yeah, man. Hardware. Well, I mean, if I do get accepted to the apprenticeship program, I might have to learn more about hardware. Especially dealing with mainframes systems. Um, yeah, yeah. No, no worries. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm always here, and I love to just, talk about things. Yeah, cool. All right, man. Yeah, if you wanted me to go check out again your website, just feel free to drop by and whatnot. Um, but yeah. So let me. Cool. Sounds good. Thanks. Okay. So let me get back into this one.
The edit and play cursor also snaps to the grid, and it will also snap to other things in your project, which you can set in these snap settings right here by right-clicking on the snap button. This whole section deals with snap settings. I'm not going to go over all of these. I'm just going to show you a few things. One of those is what you can snap to. So there's 2 lines here that you'll want to check out. This one here will snap media items, selection, and cursor to selections, markers, or cursors. And down here you can snap media items, selection, and cursor to the grid. And you can uncheck those and make it work however you want. So let's say you didn't want to snap media items to the grid, but you still wanted to snap media items to selection, marker, and cursor. Well, check this out. With that unchecked, now I can move this along and it won't snap to the grid. However, it will snap to my edit cursor. So if I come over here, you'll watch and it's snapped right there. If I make a time selection, it will also snap to my time selection, which just so happens to be snapping to the grid. However, I can uncheck selection from the grid, and now I can make a free kind of time selection, and my media item will snap to that time selection, which is very handy. Now you can make this effect more dramatic by going into the snap setting and changing the snap distance. So if I bump this way up to something like 30, and I do the same thing and I move this from right to left, you'll notice that it will now jump right to that cursor and time selection from what looks like a larger distance away, because that's what it's set to. Now it's going to snap from about 30 pixels away, and now I have to pull this to the right 30 pixels before it's going to move. So it just makes the snapping perhaps a little bit more effective or a little bit more aggressive, if you want to think of it that way. Snapping and the grid are super useful tools for making sure all of your items, your markers, and your envelopes are exactly where you want them to be in your project. All right, coming up with tempo.
With Amex Business Platinum, you get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business, giving you the tools to do more of what you love. That's the powerful backing of American Express.
Zook's tasty, tender dog treats
Oh my gosh, please.
can turn every outing into an adventure.
And I have a couple of options here. I can adjust the media based on this tempo, or I can ignore tempo suggestion. You are going to learn about the basics of recording in Reaper. I set up a new project here in Reaper, and my plan for this lesson is to show you some of the recording options in Reaper in the context of a real-world project. and you'll be able to follow along for the most part with the files in the description.
Okay. So, new project this time. Oh gosh. Yeah, I think, you know what? It's interesting because I never. I don't know about you. I don't know about you, but it seems that a lot of people do are very nitpicky. That they want certain snapping. You know, I guess like a lot of preferences to kind of control certain tooling. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess quality of life type thing. To like snapping 30 pixels away, 10, 20 pixels away. They want to do this and that. I mean, it is very helpful. I know like I was kind of preaching a little bit too much about like user experiences and whatnot, but it does man, I gotta say it's like you could do whatever. I guess users could do what they want to do. A lot of preferences. All right, let's keep on going. Let's see. Okay, so he started a new project. Gotta start a new project. And what you
So
call
the first thing,
what you call your project? Okay. Okay. No, we don't want to say that. Okay. We just. You know what? Screw it. Oh, track the RPP. Wait. Evaluation mode. So. You know what? Okay, let's just. Okay, so RPP is the track. Okay.
thing that I'm going to do is to come down here and pull in some drums into my project so I have something to record to. Now you'll have access to this file in the link in the description.
Okay, wait. Just won't drums. Okay. So okay, we go back here. Just won't 124. Just won't drums 124 BPM.
There'll be a bunch of project files in there. There'll be a folder called Just Won't 124 BPM. And inside of that folder, there'll be a drum track right here. And I'm going to pull this into my project. And when I do, Reaper is going to come up with this pop-up here with a couple of options because it has detected, I think, that 124 BPM is in the file.
Oh, okay. So I guess they try to make it a little more smarter. Huh.
Name. And it's smart enough to know that if there's something that says BPM in the file name, it probably has something to do with tempo. And I have a couple of options here. I can adjust the media based on this tempo, or I can ignore tempo suggestions by media. Now, if I select this first option, what Reaper's going to do is stretch my drum track so that it fits 120 BPM because that is what my project is at. And that would make sense in a number of circumstances, but not this circumstance.
Yeah.
So instead, what I'm going to do is ignore the tempo suggested by media and click OK. And then I'm going to set my project to be at 124 BPM. Now, before I do that, I'm going to jump into project settings and set the time base for my items, envelopes, and markers to time. Select OK. Come down here, change this to 124.
124.
And then I'm going to slide over this drum media item here, right to measure 2, and let's check out what this sounds like. It's a pretty simple drum track, and I'm going to use it as the base for recording some other instruments. Now, before I move forward, I need to change the track color because I do not like looking at these gray tracks. I'll just select a random color there, and I'll add another track to start recording.
Okay, new track. Yep.
So,
follow.
with my new track, I'm going to name this bass because I'm going to record bass guitar. And if you have a bass guitar, you can follow along. If not, keep watching because you're going to learn a lot in this lesson. Once my track is renamed, I'm going to arm my track for recording. Now, when I arm my track for recording, you are going to see some activity here in the meter, and you're also going to hear some kind of weirdness in the audio. And that is because record monitoring is on. Now I'm going to click record monitoring 2 more times to set record monitoring to off, which you can see as I hover over that little button right there. When record monitoring is on, it's taking the input from your audio interface, it's going into Reaper, it's processing it, and then it's coming back out of Reaper. And when you hear it, it is always going to be slightly delayed. This delay is usually called latency, because it arrives later than when it went into your audio interface. And right now, I have about 7.5 milliseconds of latency. In other words, that's the time that it takes from whatever input is selected to go into my audio interface, to go through an analog to digital conversion, be processed by Reaper, and then go back out of my audio interface through a digital to analog conversion, and then make it to my ears. It's about 7.5 milliseconds. And if you have no other way to monitor the inputs on your audio interface, this is definitely going to be an option for you. On my audio interface, and I'm guessing on your audio interface, there's probably an option to enable hardware monitoring. With hardware monitoring, there is no delay. It literally routes the input to the output so that you can hear it without this latency, which is more optimal for recording.
Probably reason why they have those tools over there, right? The ASIO, whatever toolings they have, I guess, yeah, more accurate, more precision, I'm assuming.
Now, it's at this point in the lesson when I need to have a quick talk about feedback. Right now, I'm going to be recording electric bass guitar, and I have it plugged directly into my audio interface. But anytime that I'm recording a microphone in the same room that I have my studio monitors, I always turn my speakers off. And this is because if I don't, there's a pretty high probability that feedback will occur. Feedback happens when you have a microphone that is being amplified by a speaker, and they're both in close proximity to each other. The output of the microphone is amplified by the speaker, which is then picked up by the microphone, which is then amplified by the speaker, which is then picked up by the microphone, and so on and so forth. It creates what's called a feedback loop, and it's self-oscillating, which means once it starts, there's no way to stop it unless you turn down either the output of your audio interface or the input for whatever thing is feeding back. Feedback is problematic for 2 main reasons. Number 1, it can damage or destroy your speakers. The second issue is that feedback can occur very, very quickly, and the level coming out of your speaker can be so loud that it can cause permanent hearing damage. And you are not going to be able to turn it down, either the gain of the mic or the output of the speaker, in time to save your hearing. Human reaction time is just not that fast. And so it's my opinion that it's just not worth it to have my speakers powered on anytime I'm recording with a microphone. Because, let's face it, humans make mistakes. We get tired, we get distracted.
Yep.
And at some point, you will plug a microphone in and your speakers will be on, and they'll go into feedback if you don't practice this kind of power off habit that I'm advocating for here. And if that happens, there's a real chance that you could lose your hearing, at least partially, forever. And that is just not a chance that I'm willing to take. So anytime that I have a microphone plugged into my system, I take the 10 seconds, get out of my chair, walk over, and just power down my speakers. All right, with that out of the way, let's record some bass. So what I need to do is change the input from input number 1 here.
I guess, yeah, that's definitely, I guess, lesson number 1. Don't have your speakers and your microphone on at the same time. I think perhaps maybe having a headset like what I'm doing right now is probably be a really good idea. So it's if I play this against my current monitor speakers, it's no good.
to input number 2. And this is where I have my bass guitar. And I don't need to turn on record monitoring because my audio interface has hardware monitoring, and that's going to work out just fine.
Oh.
So I'm going to record bass here on track number 2, and my drums right now are coming in at measure 2. Now, the reason why I didn't pull these over to measure number 1 is because if I record anything before measure 1, or I play anything before measure 1, it's not going to be recorded. So I usually like to start at measure 2, and that way I can have a little bit of audio. Maybe I'll do like a slide or something into the first beat, something like that. And this way I can capture that. I also want to come up here and enable the metronome so that I can actually hear what's happening in the first measure.
So metronome, huh? Let me hear the metronome they have. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oh, interesting.
Otherwise, I'll never come in at the right spot. So with the metronome enabled, when I play this back, you can hear a little metronome in the background. Now, usually what I like to do is change the metronome settings because by default they are a little bit quiet, so I like to bump up the level quite a bit. And I also like to switch the frequency. By default, Reaper uses a sine wave as the metronome, and it has a low frequency for the first beat and a high frequency for the second.
Okay, so
Secondary beat. And I like to
frequency here. No, let's go ahead and take a look. See sine waves for millisecond, 400 milliseconds. Simple A. Oh, right, yeah, because the click back frequency of primary. Click color pad. What? Let's take a look.
to switch these around because every metronome that I have ever heard growing up goes beep, boop, 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 beep, boop.
Right. Here, let me try. Let me play around with this a little bit. So, in that case, that's secondary 104, 480. It looks fine. Well, because this is just a new interface.
Boop, boop. And the higher pitch is always the first one. So that just makes sense to me. You can do whatever you want. There's a bunch of options on this page which are pretty cool. You can change the metronome sound. So instead of a sine wave, you can pick a sample. Maybe you want a cowbell or a woodblock or something like that. Download a sample from Envato Elements and load that up here, and then you can have your metronome sound like whatever you want. You can also enable a count-in before playback and a count-in before recording. Now this is really handy if you are recording kind of in the middle of your project and you need to kind of start at one spot. Without a count-in, there's no way you'll be able to start recording right at that spot, so a count-in can help you kind of get a feel for the tempo before it actually starts recording. With that set, let me double check that the metronome sounds correct. Very good. I'm going to make sure the edit cursor is back to the beginning, and I'm going to record some bass. All right, that was good enough. Not perfect, but it's good enough for this example.
Right.
When I stop the recording by pressing the spacebar, Reaper has a pop-up, and it is asking me what I want to do with my new audio files. Do I want to save all of them? If I recorded on multiple tracks, there would be more than one file right here. Right now, there's only one file, but if I was recording on multiple tracks, there would be multiple files here. and you have options to save all, rename selected, delete selected, or delete all. You can also disable this pop-up from coming up in the future by unchecking this button right here. And once that is unchecked, Reaper's just going to save everything. So even if I record nothing, it doesn't matter. It's going to be saved, but that's going to streamline things for this lesson. I'm going to click Save All, and let's listen to what I recorded. Okay, that's not bad. It's pretty close. It's kind of hard to tell exactly how accurate that bass playing is because the grid is set to quarter notes, and I was playing a lot of rhythms in between the quarter notes. So I'm going to right-click on the grid button here and change the line spacing to 16th notes, and that'll give me a better idea of how close these notes were. A lot of them were pretty close, but they weren't all perfect. Let me play back this beginning part here, and let's see if there's an area that I can clean up a little bit more. It sounds like the first two measures are pretty close, but they're just a little bit sloppy. Now, I could edit the heck out of this and make it sound perfect, but I'm just going to show you some options for punching in. Now, punching in is a process where you can record sections of your part or track or whatever without needing to record the entire thing over again, or without recording another track, which you can also do. What punching is going to do is put everything on the same track, and there are a bunch of different options for how you can handle that in Reaper. So let's say I wanted to record just the first two measures of this again. Well, one thing that I could do is just roll back to the beginning and just record over it. I enabled recording myself, and then I stopped it, and you can see that what I have down here is a new take. So this is the new audio that I just recorded. You can see that right up here. It says take 2 of 2.
Whoa. Okay. So he highlights this whole entire thing.
Just record over it.
He just record over it. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, just record over it.
It says take 1 of 2. And so if I want to hear this new take, I just select it down here, and then I can play it back.
I think from my art project, probably be using more of a virtual instruments, maybe additional of those plugins, and like, you know, live would be kind of cool. Actually, it would be kind of cool. I definitely do know a guy, know a guy he has like 5-6 instruments in the room that he was showing that on Discord that he does do recording things live. Yeah, it'd be interesting,
So that's called manual punching. And with manual punching, you can be playing back anything, and as long as you have a track armed for recording, at any point in time, you can press record. And then when you press Control R again to disable that, you can manually stop the recording. And with this technique, you can kind of punch in anywhere you want, but it's kind of doing it on the fly. Now I'm going to undo that last recording, and I'm going to undo that recording right there as well.
Okay.
So instead of manual punching, I'm going to show you auto punch. If you
Auto
click
punch.
on options, you'll see that right now it's set to record mode normal. The next option down is record mode time selection auto punch. So with this option enabled, if you make a time selection, so let's say I wanted to re-record just this section and I wanted it to stop right here, Reaper is going to automatically start recording right here and stop recording right here, which is a lot more precise, especially if you are recording by yourself, which I'm doing right now. I'm going to press record and redo this intro section one more time. And you can see now I have this take right here, and it stopped recording right here.
Oh,
Now,
that's nice.
before and after this new recording, you can see that there are empty takes right down here. And if you don't want to see that, you can come up here to the options and then go down to take behavior and then uncheck display empty takes. And now you'll only see anywhere that you've recorded another take. And anywhere that you have not recorded, it'll just kind of look normal. So that's auto punch time selection. Really, really handy for very precise punches. Another option for punching is right here, record mode, auto punch selected items. I'm going to select that, and I'm going to play a little bit more and find a couple of other sections that I want to re-record. To lock to active take.
Yeah, you guys gonna.
And then if you right click on the, depending on what you're doing, it's very easy to inadvertently select a take that you didn't want, like I just did it right there. So if you don't want that to happen, there are some options, and I'm going to select all of my second takes here. And then if you right click on these items, come up to take, there are a ton of options here. There are two that are probably most relevant. One of those is to crop to active take, and the other one is to lock to active take. If you lock to active take, you can still see the old take, which is right here. This is take number 1, but you can't select it. So that's an option, and that'll kind of lock in whichever takes you have selected. I'm going to unlock those, and I'll show you the other one, which is crop to active take. This will make the other take kind of go away, and now you'll only see the selected takes, whichever they were. Now, if you jump over into the options and you come down to new recording that overlaps existing media items, there are different ways that you can handle what happens when you record over existing media items. By default, which it says right here, Reaper is going to split the items and create new takes. If you don't want that, what you can do is you can select one of these other options. You can trim existing items behind new recordings. This is called tape mode. So I'll just show you what that looks like here. I'll make a time selection and then set this to auto punch. I don't think I played that right, but it doesn't matter. It's just to kind of show you here. So instead of creating that new take and splitting the items, what Reaper has done is inserted this new media item and trimmed whatever was behind there, which is fine. Now in the manual, this is labeled as a destructive process.
Yeah.
Because if you kind of move this, you'll see that there's nothing behind here anymore. But it is another way to kind of punch in that doesn't use the take system, and you may prefer that. There is another option on top of that, which is create new media items. And when you punch in now, what Reaper is going to do is create a new media item and put it right on top of the other media item. Now, there could be a very good use case for this, but I haven't come across it. I don't know why this is something that you would want to do, because now what you have is two media items that are overlapping, which is not only difficult to see, it's going to sound like a hot mess.
Yeah.
That to me does not sound good. Now you can make this a little bit more clear if you come up to the options and you select offset overlapping media items vertically. And now you can actually see a little bit more clearly that there's another media item under here. But I don't think that's probably the best recording option for most of your projects. Probably one of these first two is a better fit. So those are the basic.
And then you probably want to go ahead and split them into two tracks, just in case if you need to go ahead, smaller, divide and conquer, smaller problem, easier to deal with.
Of recording. There's definitely more ways to record, more methods and techniques, and more options that you can explore, but I think this is probably what you're going to be dealing with most of the time. Now coming up next, you're going to learn about recording with MIDI and virtual instruments.
Turn the everyday into the extraordinary with Fancy Feast Gems. It's an exquisite mousse pate.
Instrument. I'm picking up just about where I left off in the previous lesson between...
Oh wow, that's actually 12:16. You know what? I could probably go for another hour. I kind of would like to at least get to the part. I mean, yeah, listen to the live instruments. It was nice to know. But probably not gonna use that. So maybe later if we're going to do even orchestral music too as well. You can even have like choirs that's set to a certain keyboard bindings. I think maybe even guitars too as well, maybe. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep on going for a little bit.
Then and now, I've recorded this guitar track right here, which sounds like this. And then it repeats that same basic pattern, again like you heard in the previous lesson. Let's talk about MIDI and recording MIDI into Reaper. MIDI is an acronym that stands for Musical Instrument Digital Interface. And according to the Wikipedia article, it is a technical standard that describes a communication protocol, digital interface, and electrical connectors that connect a variety of electronic musical instruments, computers, and related audio devices for playing, editing, and recording music. And that last part there is how I'm going to use MIDI in this lesson. I'm going to use a MIDI keyboard that is sitting on my desk to input some note information into Reaper, and that will trigger a virtual instrument to give me access to some additional sounds for my song here.
What, do I need to go ahead and buy a MIDI keyboard now? So let's see if I can go for one more hour, right? Yeah, then that means probably I have to kind of take a look at the rest of these after stream, perhaps off stream. Well, since I kind of wanted to show the whole complete process. I guess I could probably just go ahead and attach. You know what? This. I mean, I could go to Premiere Pro and just probably edit some of this. Actually. Yeah, you know what? In that case, if I can go ahead and just edit this. In Premiere Pro, just tack on, record. Well, still watching it. Just kind of get like that hot, raw dev string, right, which I can build on top of that. Then you know what, let's definitely go. Let's just keep playing.
Now to get started, I need to jump into the
we're probably going to hit 2.6, finish 2. No, let's just say to finish 2.6. And then off stream, I can just go ahead and record the rest of this and just combine the two. Yep, it's unfortunate, but we gotta do what we gotta do.
Preferences and enable my MIDI keyboard. So I'm going to hit Control P on the keyboard and jump into Preferences. Over here on the left, I'm going to come down to MIDI devices, which is underneath the audio section here. And in the MIDI inputs section right here, I'm going to find my MIDI keyboard. It's right here. I'm going to right click on it and choose Enable Input. And that's it. Now,
what's the Impact GX61? Impact Oh, jeez. Okay.
My MIDI keyboard works in Reaper. Now, while I'm in Preferences, I'm going to show you something else here on the left side underneath Plugins and then VST. And I'm going to show you how to add some additional paths to point Reaper to any locations where you might have additional effects or virtual instruments installed. I'm going to click on Edit Path List and added 2 paths on my S drive, one for 32-bit plugins and one for 64-bit plugins. Once you have added your, and then click on Rescan, and then come over here to the track control. Reaper's going to open up the effects browser with the instruments selected right here on the left. Reaper's going to click and choose Insert Virtual Instrument on New Track. Reaper's going to...
So let's say insert instrument on new track. You know what? Screw this. Let's add that. Okay. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh. Move track.
To open up the effects browser with the instrument.
Okay, so let's do less instruments are synth. Okay.
Instruments selected right here on the left, and now I have access to all of the virtual instruments on my system. And if you're following along and you are new to Reaper and recording, you probably don't have this many, but you definitely will have these 3 right here. Resample-O-Matic 5000, Resyn Doctor, I think that's how you say that, and Resynth. Those 3 are Reaper effects, and they're okay. Resample-O-Matic is probably the most useful out of those 3. But instead of showing you how to use those, which I don't think are super useful in the grand scheme of things, I'm going to show you how to use a very simple and free virtual instrument called Mr. Tramp 2. This is a pretty old virtual instrument, and it only comes in 32-bit VST format. But that's totally fine because you can get it for Mac and PC. It sounds really pretty good, and it's free. So I'm going to select this one and then click Add. Over here on the left, you can see my new track is set up, and this is my instrument interface. It's super basic. There are 5 controls, and I'm not even really going to mess with any of them.
Oh, okay.
You can see my track is already armed for recording. Record monitoring is on, which is necessary if you want to hear the instrument. And if I play on my keyboard, I can hear this electric piano sound. So to record this instrument, I'm going to bring the edit cursor back to the beginning by pressing W on the keyboard. I want to turn the metronome on, and then I'm going to press Control R and play some simple chords. Okay, that was pretty good. I intentionally played a couple of what you might call spicy chords to show you how to edit MIDI in just a minute. And you can see right here as I was recording, all of the notes that I was playing were populating in this MIDI item right here. And before I show you how to jump in and edit this MIDI item, let me go over the different record modes for a MIDI track. If you right-click on the record button, you can see you have several options. Right down here, it is set to record input, audio, or MIDI, and then right below there are some options specific to MIDI tracks. The first one is MIDI overdub. With MIDI overdub, you can add new notes on any channel within existing items, preserving what you already have. So let me show you what this looks like. You can see as I recorded and played those new notes, down lower on the keyboard, they were added right down here. Let's look at another option. With MIDI replace, from the time you start recording until you stop, existing MIDI notes will be removed and any new material played on any channel will be recorded in their place. Check it out. I'm going to undo that, and let's check out this option right here, MIDI Touch Replace. With MIDI Touch Replace, existing MIDI notes will be replaced by any new notes played over them on the same channel as the original material, and other existing material will remain as it is. Okay. In other words, if I play new notes, those notes will get replaced, and any of the other notes that I don't play over top of won't get replaced. Check it out. So you can see, as soon as I started playing new notes, everything underneath whatever note that I played got replaced, and then as soon as I let go of the keyboard, whatever note was already there remained intact. So this chord right here, I played, and then as soon as I released that, this chord was not affected. I'm going to undo that, and let's check out the last mode, which is MIDI Latch Replace. With MIDI Latch Replace, existing MIDI material remains unchanged until you strike the first note. All of the old material will then be replaced with notes played on the same channel as the original material until recording has stopped. In other words, this is pretty much the same as MIDI Replace, except it doesn't start recording whatever you're doing until you play the first note. Check it out. So as soon as I started playing, it kicked over into that latch mode, and then anything from that point on was replaced whether I was playing notes or not. I'm going to undo that, and I'm going to switch this back to MIDI overdub, because this is normally how I leave all of my MIDI tracks set up. The next thing that I want to do is clean up my MIDI recording. I need to adjust the rhythms and clean up some of those spicy notes. And you're going to learn how to do that coming up next. In this lesson, you will learn how to do some basic...
Hey everybody, I'm Brixie and I build Lego Worlds. Today I'm going to be building a fully functioning WordPress website.
Basic MIDI editing. To get started, I'm going to come over here and disable my track for recording, and I'm going to solo this track right here, and then I'm going to double click on my MIDI item to open it up in the MIDI editor. And this MIDI editor is really fantastic. You can do a ton of things. You can quantize, transpose, lock your notes to a specific scale. You can add notes to whatever you have recorded by just clicking and dragging.
Oh, this will be useful. Wait, so Mr. Tramps 2. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be really useful. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's great to kind of, you know what? Probably it's best to go ahead and go through the whole thing first. I just kind of wish I probably just like scrubbed it through this a little bit more quickly, but you know, I might risk the chance of just like not knowing stuff. Using effects in Reaper, routing in Reaper, automation and envelopes. Ooh, this one 3.3 would be interesting. Folders and groups, markers and regions, actions and customization. Oh, and rendering. Recommendations and plugins. Yeah. I guess probably the next thing I probably have to think about once I kind of finish the course is what kind of plugins or MIDI devices I'm going to need to use. But carrying over from the lessons from before, I'm going to have to think about what is the mood of my game going to be, and that's going to probably bound some of that. Um, what kind of perhaps maybe scales that I'm going to have to use. Oh, wow. So yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this. But you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I know I said I could go for another hour, but I'm gonna go ahead and stop here for now. Just append it the next section over here. Probably just gonna record an off stream and just watch and listen. And I'm going to attach it to this dev stream. Um, yeah, just because it's I think we only finished. Yeah, we only finished about an hour. There's also 2 hours left of this. Um, so um, you guys can. I know on Twitch they do. I think if you're not an affiliate, even if you're an affiliate, you still have limited storages. So I would, yeah, I'm gonna put this on my YouTube channel. So you know, if you wanted to kind of get some more of the recap, or just the raw dev stream, yeah, you can always feel free to just head on over. It's gonna be the same naming, dev stream 10. So yeah, other and you go ahead and feel free to subscribe to over there on my YouTube side as well. Definitely would help, and turn on the notification bell. But other than that, I'm going ahead and gonna end the stream now, and I will see you on on Wednesday, and hopefully Wednesday we can go ahead and start doing an actual recording, and that could kind of be a little bit more, kind of a bit more prepared, rather than we just kind of sit here and watch and get some more work done. Yeah, I'm kind of finding myself that this learning about this audio stuff. Um, it would have been great to go ahead and combine all of this together in one dev stream. But if I'm going to try to record this as like a journal, record you know everything from the beginning to the end, I think, yeah, I do think it's probably it's going to be laborious, but it's the best way to go. All right, that's it. Well, thank you guys for watching. I'm Charles, and you're watching the Late Night Game Dev channel, and I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the night. I wish everybody a happy night, a good night, a good restful night. Talk to you later. Bye.
Track for recording. And I'm going to solo this track right here. And then I'm going to double click on my MIDI item to open it up in the MIDI editor. And this MIDI editor is really fantastic. You can do a ton of things. You can quantize, transpose, lock your notes to a specific scale. You can add notes to whatever you have recorded by just clicking and dragging. You can trim your notes, make edit.
Right now at AT&T, trade in your iPhone. Any year, any condition. And save up to $1,000 towards your new iPhone.
Liberty Mutual has savings for all. Mary had a little something.
Editor. And this MIDI editor is really fantastic. You can do a ton of things. You can quantize, transpose, lock your notes to a specific scale. You can add notes to whatever you have recorded by just clicking and dragging. You can trim your notes, make them longer or shorter. You can adjust the velocity by clicking and dragging near the top of your notes. So if you wanted to make this chord quieter, which is a little bit annoying to do like that. And the other way that you can do that is to just click and drag down here in the velocity lane, which doesn't make as much annoying noise. And you can see that my notes are going lower with their velocity, which is displayed once you start making a velocity adjustment there. If you push the value all the way up to the top, that is the loudest a MIDI note can be, which is 127. And if you pull it all the way down, it's 1, which is the quietest. And so you can adjust how loud or soft your notes are, just like that. You can also delete notes. So I'm going to delete those extra spicy notes that I put in there and make another adjustment to this velocity, just like that, to bring it closer to the velocity of these other notes. The coloring of the notes indicates their velocity. So now that I have adjusted that first chord, you can see that the first chord is all the same velocity, which is why it's all the same color. One of the things you're going to be doing quite frequently is using quantization to clean up the rhythms. Quantization is a process where Reaper will move your MIDI notes to the closest grid line. Now, just like in the arrange view, the MIDI editor has grid lines here, which you can set right down at the bottom. Currently, it's set to 16th notes, and you can set the type of 16th notes. Right now, it's set to straight, but you can also do triplet, dotted, and swing with this drop down right here. So quantizing is going to move my notes, which are already pretty close to being right on the beat, but it's going to get them even closer. And it's going to take care of a couple of these other areas where the rhythms are a little bit not so great. So I want to zoom into the beginning here so that you can see what quantization is going to do a little bit better, and press Q on the keyboard. That's going to bring up the quantize events window right here. And you can see as soon as this popped up, all of the notes shifted just a little bit. And that's because this is set to quantize all notes. And right now it's only set to position, but there are a few more options. You can do position and note end, position and note length, note end only, and note length only. I'd like to point out that there are a lot more quantization settings if you switch this over from use grid to manual. When it's set to use grid, it's a little bit unclear what the difference is between position and note end and position and note length. It looks like it's doing something, but it's not easy to tell. If you switch this over to manual mode, now position and note length makes a little bit more sense because there is a drop down for length and you can set a specific note length for all of your notes. You can make them all whole notes, all quarter notes, and you have a lot more flexibility with these settings right here. I'm not going to go into all of these settings because I think for this particular example, it's going to be good enough to switch this over to use grid and set this to position and note length. And now all of the notes that I have played have been locked into the grid. Now, depending on how well you played your MIDI notes, this may or may not work perfectly. Let me undo that, and I'll show you over here if there were, let's say, a bunch of notes that were a little bit too early, like this, and you quantized everything, they're going to be snapped too early. So sometimes what I will do is look at the thing that I have played and then do some really quick manual adjustments. Sometimes I will select all the notes and just shift some over so that they're closer to being in the neighborhood of where they need to be and then quantize. So for example, what I would do here is pull all these notes over to the right to get them a little bit closer and then quantize everything. And now let's see what this sounds like. I'm going to turn off the metronome because I don't really think I need that right now. All right, this is a lot better. Honestly, it wasn't really that bad the way it was before, but quantization is definitely going to come in handy, so I wanted to show you how that works. One thing I want to do is adjust the length of these first 3 chords here because they're just a little short. I could have played this with my sustain pedal, but I didn't because I wanted to show you how to clean these up a little bit, and sometimes editing with a sustain pedal can get a little bit tricky, so you can manually adjust the length of your notes just like that. Or instead of doing that manually, what you can do is use the event properties, which I brought up by hitting Control F2. You can also get to that by clicking the View menu over here and going down to Event Properties. So you can do a bunch of stuff with the event properties. One thing that you can do is to set all of your notes to the same length. So what I would do here is type in 0.3.75, which will set them all to 3 3/4 beats long, which is 3 beats and a dotted eighth note, and then click Apply. And that's a super fast way to set a bunch of chords or notes to the same length, which can be very handy in a number of circumstances. Let's say I wanted to do the same thing here. I'm just going to retype that in, 0.3.75, done. And so you could select all the chords that you know need to be that length, like this. Bring up that event properties window again and adjust all of those to the same length. Now this chord right here didn't start at the correct spot, but I'm just going to move it over to the left a little bit. There you go. And then other times it's faster just to do this manually. So I would jump in here and just kind of zoom in and make a quick edit like that and like that. Now this chord here sounds a little bit too quiet. So what I would do is adjust the velocity so that chord kind of jumps out just a little bit more. Maybe that's too much. I'll just bring it back down just a touch. And so that's a really quick way that you can adjust the note length and the rhythms, the start and the end of all of your notes in your recording. Now, what about some of these spicier chords? Let's take a look at this right here. Okay, that wasn't right. So what I'd probably do is bring the velocity of this note down a little bit, adjust the length, and then figure out what's going on here. But actually, because this is a repeating pattern, I really don't need to do that. What I can do instead is just delete all these notes, take this section right here, and then just paste it right here. Oh, let me delete this one straggler. There. And this should line up perfectly. Let me unsolo this. Okay, perfect. I'll just clean up this rhythm right here just a little bit, extend that out just a touch. And then extend this out just a skosh. And then I need some chords to go with this longer section right here. Just some big whole notes. And what I could do is just draw the notes in manually. So I can draw an A down here, an E, grab all those and adjust the velocity back down. Or just copy one of the chords that I had played earlier, like this, and just paste it over here, move it to the right spot. And then I could even take this chord, hold Control, click and drag, duplicate it over here, and then just raise it up to the next chord, which is a C sharp minor. Now, because this is an A major chord, I need to find that third in the chord, which is going to be an F. and drop this down right here, 1/2 step. And then the next chord is a B. So I can just duplicate my A major chord and bring it up a whole step. And then this chord is an F sharp minor, so I'm going to control click again, bring in this minor chord here, and then just pull it down to F sharp minor. And then just adjust the voicing a little bit, maybe take this F sharp and bring it up here. And maybe throw a 7th in here. So instead of this note, I'll make this an E. Or something like that. Now, maybe you feel like after you have done all of your edits to your notes and you've quantized everything, that it sounds a little bit what you might call robotronic or unnatural, and you might want to give it a little bit more humanization. Well, good news, there is an option to do that as well. If you press H on the keyboard, you can bring up the Humanize Notes window, and you can adjust the timing. So I'm going to select all notes here, and then I'll just give this a little bit of wiggle here, maybe 25%. We'll just adjust the timing just a little tiny bit. The timing bias will shift kind of where it's adjusting the timing. When it's set to 0, it's kind of going to adjust 22% positive or negative. You can see some of the notes are ahead of the beat, some of the notes are behind the beat. If you shift it this way, it's going to move everything towards the left a little bit. You can also humanize the velocity. So I'm going to click OK, and then let's say I wanted to adjust the velocity of this one chord, which is currently all at the same velocity. I'm going to switch this back to selected notes, pull the timing back to 0, and then just adjust the velocity. And you can see that down here, it's adjusting the velocity of this chord to just make it sound a little bit more human. And let's say that that was too much. What you could do is re-quantize everything, maybe just set the position, but instead of using a strength of 100%, maybe just knock this back down to like 50. All right, I think that sounds pretty good. I didn't clean up all of my spicy notes in there, but now you have an idea of how to do some basic MIDI edits, which is going to be super useful. All right, coming up next, you're going to learn how to do some basic audio edits, so check that out coming up next. In this lesson,
at Amica Insurance, we know it's more than just a car. It's the two-door coupe that was there for your first drive.
You are going to learn some editing basics. If you want to follow along with this lesson, there is a link in the description to a bunch of project files, and you can actually open up this project with all of this media included. If you look for the folder that says Just Won't Editing,
Oh man, finally. I could probably follow along. Yeah, I do think that it'd be kind of nice if, Mr. Tramp's 2 plugin maybe was actually kind of shown, a little bit in this tutorial. But, yeah, well, let's see if I can find it. Where are you? Okay, ooh, access for beginners. Are they? Demo track just won't edit project files. Groovy tracks. Wait, you serious? Here, let me take a look. Okay. Delete course files at this place. Yeah, but just one project file. Okay. 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 I see. I see. I see. Let's go back here. So it's part of the just won't editing RPP file. Ooh, okay, so let me open up a project. Tracks. Okay. Because since it's like a temporary thing, right? I'm just saving it. Just won't program editing PP. Okay. No. Tutor for beginner. Wait, what? Oh, don't wait. Hold on. Don't tell me.
Inside there will be a
Jeez, motherfucker. Oh, man. You just move your shit to Art Reaper save. I really feel like I just need to put this in like probably right here or something. Yeah, but okay. You know what? Let's. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Ugh. I'm going to have to kill this stuff. Okay, killed it. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Oh. Yeah, still evaluating. Okay, so going back here. We're not going to go through downloads this time. So rather, I'm just going to copy the whole thing to my secondary drive. And hopefully this will work. The phone link cannot be found. Well, I don't know why I'm looking for why. Cannot be found, just won't. Okay, we're just going through here. Oh man, ooh, hard coded path. Yeah, Mr. Tramps 2, the XNH Guido. Okay, dude, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, now time for me to shut up and just do this.
Project that says just won't underscore editing, and all of the audio files are in this little subfolder here. And if you open up this project, it should open up all of the audio files. If for whatever reason it doesn't find any of the audio files, you can point Reaper to that audio files folder and you should be good to go. Now, you probably don't have this Mr. Tramp 2 effect installed at this point, and Reaper may come up and say, hey, I can't find this effect. No problem, you can just dismiss that, or if you want to follow along and actually hear what's happening on this Mr. Tramp 2 effect, check out the link in the description for Mr. Tramp 2. Go ahead and download that. There'll be a zip file, unzip that. Inside of there will be a couple of folders depending on your operating system. For me, on Windows, I'm going to take the Windows folder, open that up, and then take the Mr. Tramp 2.dll file, and then I'll pull that over into my effects folder. Jump into the Reaper preferences like you saw in a previous lesson.
Yeah, going down. Yeah, what I'm doing right now is like I'm just showing like how much spam like download links there are in this. I mean, usually it's like that's like a very like a shady stamp to me because these are just like advertisements, ads. Like that's an ad. So like for the that's an ad. And what, Fire Shield? This is, yeah. Oh, she's sneaky here, right? Fire Shield. Yeah, and so usually like just people misclick, and you can get like download viruses and stuff. Not the funnest, in my opinion. But you know what? I'm very curious now if I can just find. There's gotta be some. Yeah. Okay. So the cursor changed to like a link click. Yeah. Oh. So there usually be like some sort of link here. Huh. Good. So if I'm looking this up from a CSS1 perspective, okay, interesting. This doesn't have some sort of link, which you know is could happen mostly. That it could be a back, like they kind of hidden a link here. There are some things that you could do to hide the link or just implement it differently by just clicking on the button. Send it to the TypeScript, JavaScript front end, and do some stuff. Yeah. So you don't necessarily have to show the link. Which now begs the question of which one? This is add choice. Gosh. Okay. Pray to God this will be the right one. Message transfer. Windows VST. Okay. Oh. Okay, that's okay. So he has Windows. Okay, now he's saying to the Reaper SFX. Reaper. Reaper. Oops. Effects folder. Here, I'm just.
And make sure that folder is added, and then rescan it, and you should be
good to go. Well, that's 2017. Okay. How do you see the file path of the VST plugin, please? Okay, Control 3, Control P. Or local app commons program VST3. So let me just take a look. Program files, standard VST, program files, or local data app. Okay. So, I mean, those are the default pathways, right? Local. I mean, yeah, the program file, local app data. Oh yeah, 32-bit, 32-bit versus 80. No, 64 versus 80, 86. No, 32 versus 86. Anyways. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, you know what? Let me just probably put it into the 86 folder. Okay, where is it? Profile 86. So Stein. Eh? Really? Programs files 80 x86. Programs files x86. So it's the path, which should be a capital S for Steins, but interesting. Huh. Separate by a semicolon, right? So this is one path. Steinsburg. Oh. Wait, hold on. Okay, this is funny. Here, read. Okay. Read me. Do not install VST plugins here. So the internal path. So to your this file is not mistakenly named. Oh, jeez. So app data roaming, Reaper user plugins path. Okay. Yeah, this is good to know, because what I've read so far on About Reaper is that they have a lot of plugins. So yeah, I guess it's great for them to kind of focus on like the core businesses. But I think kind of where the magic really happens and all the cool effects is going to be the third party stuff. But you know, I could always be wrong. I mean, it kind of just depends on the use case, right? So if I go back here, I'm sorry guys. This is okay. Where's my app data? Okay. App data roaming. Okay, so interesting. So look at my app data. Oh, okay. Reaper. These are plugins. Honestly, I kind of wish it's just like, hey, just go ahead and click this little quick installation script, and it would just put into like find it by name, where your default path settings are. I mean, because you could like adjust it, use it, right? Because this is where your plugins are, but just a little bit annoying that I have to kind of do this a little bit manually. Okay, so hopefully we should be good to go. Okay, let's go rescan. Okay. Guess it should be okay. Oh. Oh, yay! Hold on. Wait. Oh. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, okay. Let's see. Rename Medi intake. Okay, let's go and mute this. Let's go back to W. Oh, okay. That's interesting. What? Just won't edit. Okay, you know what? Let's. Yeah, I guess sure. Save it. Oh. The following effects were in the project's folder and are not available. Reaper will keep your configuration, but may not sound as desired. Track 4. Okay. But I just. Okay. Gosh. Okay, clear cache, rescan all of it. But still not. Well, okay. Okay, so okay, so yeah, the quantize, humanize, transpose. Okay, this is a little bit annoying. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, different menus, options. All right, we gotta go back to Google. What the problem is this? Tramps to yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and try to get that error statement again. No, we're not gonna get that. We're gonna get this. Come on. The effects are not available. We'll keep the configuration. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab over this one. Yeah. Okay. Okay, go ahead and do this. There should be a window that shows every effects in the project. Okay, I mean, track manager. Oh, okay, that's okay. So now we can. I guess we can go ahead and add this. Really? Okay. So, okay, clear filter. Interesting. Recently used. So, okay, just me copying the DLL folder to. Okay, you know what? Maybe it's probably. I thought. I thought it was gonna be that easy. Okay, how do you install VST plugins on Windows? You need to make sure it finds it correct on your workstation. Oh yeah, so I guess the automatic install. Okay, cool. Okay, so deal is not safe. The right location. So what you need to do is move it to the right location on your computer. Okay. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Let me get this one. Okay, go to programs file. Well, this is definitely my first time, so Mister, I don't think you're right on this one. But you know, let's go. Let's just follow programs files. Let's select program files and look at the folder name. VST plugin. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't have it. Oh yeah, FL Studios. Oh come on, they installed this. Okay, this is a bit. Oh my gosh. Okay. FX. Third party. I don't know. I feel like I might get myself into the Reaper hell. Yep. Mr. Trump's 2 PDF. Just love it. Oh, I'm loving it. Let's see. Oh, it's OS X. Oh, come on. For reals? Okay. Then why is so? This is just so really funny about their software. Oh gosh, just really annoying me. It's like, you're telling me, like, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. You know, based off of like what you're telling me from a or like your software perspective, but it's really dumb that I have to like one just go ahead and create a freaking folder called VST, and just like support. Just it's like, oh, there's directory over there. That's it. No, because what's really dumb right now is like if I want to do what control P. These are the program files that where you're gonna find this stuff. VST plugin, VST3, program files counted with VST, right? And let's say local app data, So you know what, here I'll even like, okay, look at app data means. Look at this, looking within the app directory stored for the specific user, which my user, right? So it's going to be my user. That's kind of like their relative, it's kind of like part of their, it's like a placeholder for the path. So, so I'm going to look into mine, right? Sorry, I'm going to here. Jeez. Mine. Local app data pathway. Went to the pathways. Yeah, blah, username, blah. Is this safe to roaming? Please. Yeah, it's Reaper. Right. So I might not even put this correctly. Okay. Let's. Okay. Wow. Look at app data programs. Okay, under programs. Okay, common. Well, what do you know? Okay, all right. Such is the life of trying to be flexible, but you're doing nobody a service. Okay, so if you see over here, right? Here's my username. App data is local program commons. But what you essentially are setting up to do is, hey, scan from my own because I just want to set to my own, in case we have multiple accounts on the same computer, or you can just put it into, uh, program files. But these pathways just, just put it into the same one. There could be a good reason, but immediate off the bat, I'm thinking it's like, yeah, this is just a bit of over engineering. And sure, they give you an option to do whatever you want. Could kind of use a little bit of like streamlining, in my opinion, but anyhow. So okay, so I gotta go here and create a thing called VST3 new because I realize I don't have that. I don't have that here. Drop Mr. Tramps. Go ahead. Rescan. And hopefully. Okay. No, don't save. Okay, so yeah, not free software. I get it. Get 3, 2, 1. Yes, we're still evaluating. And I hope this works. There you go. Right? There you go. So, I probably just clip this as like rant of the day or something, but yeah, I mean, yeah, so just gotta so the sequence of things to make sure that your Reaper stuff maybe is working, at least from my perspective, is go to Control P. All right, go to down here, go to plugins. Right under plugins is a VST thing over here, subcategory, and then so, there's gonna be more stuff, right? So you can just click on this path, click on the edit path list, and yes, you can add more to it, whatnot. Just do recognize though, right? If you do local app data, that's gonna be your local, like you're the only one who's gonna have access to this. Common app programs, yeah, I think these 3 are just like, hey, you can probably share it around in the programs file, so you have it. Yeah, it's a system. But yeah, I gotta, go and do a rescan. I think I just did, maybe clear cache probably would be good, but just do that. If it doesn't work, go ahead and just close it. Just let it, reopen up the Reaper software. Yeah, but here, let me go ahead and give it a pause right now.
Be good to go. You may have to reload the project file to get that to show up and work properly. But that's all there is to it. So let's look at some basic edits. Like you saw in a previous lesson, you can move your items in the Arrange view by just clicking and dragging them. You can even pull them to a new track if you want. I'm going to undo that. You can move multiple items by selecting them in a number of different ways. And what you saw me do right there was create a rectangular marquee by right-clicking and dragging to select all these media items, and then I can move those around wherever I want. You can also use Shift, click, and what you saw me do right there was create a rectangular marquee by right-clicking and dragging to select all these media items, and then I can move those around wherever I want. You can also use Shift and click to select media items, and that's going to select everything between kind of 2 points. So for example, if I select this first media item here and I shift click down here, everything in between those 2 clicks will be selected. And it works very similar in a vertical way as well. If I click on the drums and then I click on the guitar here, everything between those 2 points is selected. If I kind of do it in a diagonal way, so I select the guitar and then up here, you can see it selects both of these media items. Or if you want to select non-contiguous items, you can just use Control. And again, once you have your items selected, you can click and drag and move those around. You can trim your items very easily if you go to the end. And I'll just zoom in here by holding Control and Alt and then right-click and dragging a little zoom selection box here. If you put your mouse at the end of the media item, you can just click and drag to trim up the end. If you go to the beginning, you can do the same thing to adjust the in point of your media item. If you move your mouse to the upper corner of your media item, you can apply a fade in. If you right-click on your fade in, there are several fade shapes that you can choose from. Maybe you want this to be a nice dramatic fade, kind of like that. Let's see how this sounds. And to get rid of this fade, because I don't really like that, I'm just going to click and drag that and pull it all the way back to the left. You can do the same thing over here on the right side, and you can do a fade out just like that. You can right-click on the fade to change the shape to whatever you want. You can also trim and fade multiple items at once. So I can select these 2 items here, and I can trim them both, and I can also fade them both. Now, trimming works regardless of where the media items end. So I can trim all of these, but fading does not. You can see that the fade only works for this item here, but it does work for these 2 items, and that's because they end at the same point. So if you want to fade out multiple items at the same time for whatever reason, you just need to make sure that they are ending at the same spot. I'm going to show you some more options with fading and crossfading in a second, but first I want to show you splitting. I think you've seen this before in some previous lessons, but if you want to split any of your media items, you can select the media item and put the edit cursor right at the point where you want to split, and then press S on the keyboard. If you don't have any items selected and you set the edit cursor and you press S, it's going to split everything in the project that's underneath the edit cursor. Let me show you that one more time. So no media items are selected. I press S and everything gets split. So you want to watch out for that if you are trying to split something specific. You want to make sure you have the media item selected, then press S. Now that I have this item split here, you can do all kinds of things with this item over here to the right. I can copy it and paste it. I can cut it with Control X on the keyboard. If I Control click and drag, I can duplicate it and then I can drag this out wherever I need it. By the way, I don't think I mentioned before, when you're moving items, if you hold Shift, you can move items and ignore snapping. Shift is a keyboard modifier that a lot of times will ignore snapping for the thing that you are doing, which is handy to know. You can hit Control D on the keyboard to duplicate your items. Duplicating looks a lot like copy and pasting, except that duplicating pastes the item right at the end of the item that you duplicated. So if I take this and duplicate it, you can see where the new media item gets placed. Copying and pasting works a little bit differently. If I copy it from here and then paste it, it gets pasted wherever the edit cursor is. So Similar, but slightly different. Now you may have noticed when I duplicated this item by control clicking and dragging, it's doing this thing that you saw in a previous lesson where it's kind of stacking these media items vertically. And that's because I set this option in the options menu for offset overlapping media items vertically, which I actually don't like to have most of the time. And now you can see that this crossfade is being created automatically. And that's because auto crossfade is enabled. If I disable auto crossfade and then do that same operation again, where I control click and drag to duplicate, you'll see that it won't crossfade with the media item underneath. Now I still do have a fade here, but that's because there was already a fade on the beginning of that media item, and it's not crossfading with the media item underneath. For the most part, I leave auto crossfade on because that is my preference, but you may prefer to turn that off from time to time depending on what you are doing. Now, speaking of crossfading, when you split an item, you'll see that there is a fade out and a fade in created right on that split. In fact, there are a bunch of fade options that I want to go over with you really quick in the preferences. So let's jump into preferences here. And on the left, you will find this page underneath project and media item defaults. So at the top of this section, there are a bunch of options that have to do with fades. This first option here is set by default. It is create automatic fade in and fade out for new items, and you can set the length. And when this is checked, when you split an item, you will get a fade in and a fade out because Reaper treats a split item as a new item. So if I uncheck this and I click apply, and we zoom in here and I split this media item, you'll see now there's no fade. Generally, I think this is a decent thing to have on because if there's no fade between these, sometimes you can get some strange clicking artifacts depending on what kind of edit you are doing. Another option that you'll find right here is overlap and crossfade items when splitting. So I'm going to click on that and then click apply, and then I will heal that split in this item by selecting these items, and then I'll right click. It was just off the screen there, right at the very bottom, heal splits in item. Now that split is gone, but if I resplit it, you'll see that now there's a crossfade that appears right here, which can be very handy depending on the type of edits that you are doing. Now you want to watch out for doing crossfades right on the beat if you are editing something like drums, because you can see that the crossfade kind of alters this waveform a little bit. Let me undo that and then redo that. And it may affect the transient attack, which means the spiky bit at the beginning of the drum hit, and it may make that sound kind of dull or mushy sounding. So you either may want to turn this off or adjust where that crossfade is happening. I'm going to turn snap off and undo that split right there. And if I split it over here, it's not really going to affect this drum hit at all. There's not necessarily a right or a wrong way to do this. It kind of depends on what you are editing. Now you can also adjust the timing of this crossfade. By default, both this option and the above option are set to 10 milliseconds. Generally, I like this to be a little bit faster for something like drums, maybe 2 or 5 milliseconds. So if I click on 5 and then click apply, and I undo this split and then resplit it. Oh, actually, I think I set it to 50 milliseconds when actually I wanted 0.005. So let me change that and click apply. And now when I split this, you'll see a very small crossfade. You can make it even smaller, just like that. And that can help if you're making some really tight edits and you want to maintain a crossfade to make sure that there's no clicking sounds that happen, but you need to tighten those up significantly. Another option that you may find handy is this option right here. Do not set fade in, fade out for imported items. Generally, I like to leave this checked because when I'm importing items, I don't necessarily want Reaper to put a fade on those, because I prefer to do the fade manually. In fact, I don't necessarily want Reaper to create automatic fade in, fade out for new items either. So I'll click apply there as well. You can also set the default fade in, fade out shape right here. If you don't like this particular curve, you can choose another one, and you can do the same for the crossfade shape right here. I'm going to go ahead and heal that split right there. Healing, by the way, works only if you have not moved your media items. So if I split this, and then I turn off snapping, and I move this media item ever so slightly, and I try to heal it, it's not going to work. So if I did that and I wanted to get rid of that split, probably the best option would be to just delete that media item and then just edit this over here to get that to be the correct length. Now, would be this. You can do the out shape, like apply to create.
Medium default. Media item default. Where are you? Item fade. Ooh, okay. Oh. Okay, so I guess they did change it.
Automatic shape. If you then I turn off snap, it's not going to work. So if I did that and I wanted,
so actually they fixed it. From the looks of it,
to get rid of that split, probably the best option would be to just delete that media item and then just edit this over here to get that to be the correct length. Now, speaking of length, you can see as I increase the length of this particular media item right here, it's looping. I think you saw this in a previous lesson, and looping is on by default on all of the types of media items in Reaper. So if I increase the length of this MIDI item down here, you can see that it's going to loop. And looping is fine in some situations and definitely useful, but I prefer not to have it on by default. And you can set that right here in the preferences in the same section as those fades and crossfades that we were just looking at. Right down here, there are options for loop source for.
Okay, gotta go back to doing this. Okay.
Imported items, loop source for new MIDI items, loop source for recorded items, loop source for glued items. And I think generally, I prefer to uncheck all of those.
Yeah, probably it's best to. Otherwise, it's gonna make it a bit more confusing, and then you could just probably do a copy paste.
And that way, things won't loop. Now, everything is still going to loop in this project because they're not new items. But if I create a new item, and you can do that by control clicking and dragging, you can see when you hold control, the cursor changes to this little pencil tool here, and that will actually create a new MIDI item. And if you increase the length of this MIDI item, you can see that it's no longer looping. But if I wanted to set all of the items in my project to not loop, I can just select all of them, go to item settings, and then uncheck loop item source. And now if I take my drums and increase their length, they won't loop. And I can see right here, there's a little triangle that indicates that's the end of this media item, but you can see that it's not looping, which is generally how I prefer to work in Reaper. Another way that you can perform many of the edits that I just showed you is using a time selection, and that gives you a few additional advantages. So let's say I wanted to do something like copy the drums from measure 21 to measure 23 and then paste them over here at measure 27. Well, what I could do is split the drums right here, split the drums right here, copy, and then paste. Super easy, but it's a couple of extra steps that you don't actually need to do if you know how to use time selections. So instead, what I could do is create a time selection, and you can do that by clicking and dragging up here in the ruler area, or clicking and dragging in the arrange area, as long as you are not over any item, because if you click and drag over an item, you're going to move the item. But even if you are over an item, if you hold control and then you right click and drag, you can create a time selection. So I'll create a time selection right here, make sure my drums are selected, and then I can use the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift-C to copy within time selection, set the edit cursor here, and paste. Now this has a couple of advantages, because Now I can paste the contents, and if I clear my time selection by hitting escape on the keyboard, I haven't split my item. And splitting your item unnecessarily is generally not a great idea, because if you have that crossfade option selected, that can slightly alter the attack of some of the drums or some of the other instruments, and it's best to leave the audio intact whenever possible. So using time selection is a very handy thing to know. There's a lot more that you can do with time selections, but I'm going to leave it there for now. Another thing that I will do very frequently is adjust the volume of my media items. So I'm going to zoom into the bass guitar right here by holding Control-Alt and then right-clicking and dragging. And let's say that I wanted to increase the volume of this bass guitar note right here. There's probably a dozen different ways that I could do it, but one way is I could just split this item right here. And then if I put my mouse on the top of this media item, you can see that if I click and drag, I can change the item volume. So if I click and drag down, I can decrease the item volume, and you can see that represented in the waveform there. And if you hold Shift and you drag up, you can increase the item volume, which is also very handy. Although you can do it this way, this is not my preferred way of doing it because it is a little bit finicky. For one, it's not always easy to get my mouse right on top of the media item to make this adjustment, especially if the tracks are a little bit shorter. It's very easy to kind of overshoot and then click on a bunch of stuff and maybe, move something or make a time selection that you didn't intend to. And after you have already made an increase in volume, so you can see that this item has been set to plus 3.83. If I try and adjust the volume again, and I move in any direction, it's going to snap down to 0 first before I can decrease the volume. In order to move it in a smooth way from positive 3.83 decibels, I need to hold Shift, which I don't always remember to do. So instead, what I like to do is hop into Preferences and then search for Knob. And that will take me to this page right here, Appearance, Media, and there are a bunch of options for media item buttons. One of those that I like to use is for the volume knob. So if I click on this and then click Apply and OK, now you can see that there is a volume knob above all of my media items. It looks grayed out when there hasn't been a volume change by default, and once you do make a volume change, it changes to this lighter color here. And now it's much easier for me to make a volume adjustment to my media items. If you want to reset this back to its default, you can just double click and reset it to 0. Now, for those of you who have eagle eyes, you may be noticing that this guitar media item right down here is set to positive 1.45, but the item volume is set to 0. How is this possible? Well, there's another way to set the volume for media items. Like I said, there's like a dozen ways to do everything in Reaper, or sometimes more. And right after I recorded this guitar part, I made a small adjustment.
Too many ways to do things. Oh, man. I don't know. I mean, if any of you guys uses the Reaper before, do you kind of find it to be like a lot of stuff going on? Ooh, yeah, I think I'm getting there. Ooh.
To the item volume in the item properties. And you can get to the item properties by right-clicking and then choose item properties, or use the keyboard shortcut F2. And there are a bunch of item properties right here that you can adjust. But what I had done after I had recorded it is made a small adjustment to the volume right here and just bumped it up a little bit. There's also options for normalization, which you can do right here, and that will bring up some normalization tools. But this is another way that you can adjust the volume of media items. And then if I click OK, you can see that it's been brought up to positive 2.83, but there's no volume change right here. So that's just another way that you can do it as well. Both options work, and you can do whatever works for you. There are a few more things that I want to show you with editing, but you're going to learn those in the next lesson, where you learn about stretching items and using stretch markers. So check that out coming up next. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to stretch audio items and use...
Ads.
Hey, I'm Lloyd. And I'm Natasha, and we're the founders of Midnight Comics. Fiverr allows us to
use stretch markers to adjust the timing of recorded audio items. So I'm going to be working on my bass track here. This is something that, if you recall in a previous lesson, I recorded live, and it's not 100% perfect. The rhythms are pretty close, but there are a few sections that could be massaged a little bit to be right on the beat. So I'm going to solo this track. I'm going to double click the volume to bring that up a little bit to make it a little bit easier to hear. And I'm going to jump to the end because first I want to show you how to stretch an audio item. And that's super easy to do. I'm going to split this item right here just before the last note. And I'm going to play it so you can hear what it sounds like before it gets stretched and then after. All right, to stretch this, I'm going to move my mouse to the end of the item, hold Alt or Option on the Mac, and then click and drag. And when I do, you can see that right above the item here, a rate indicator pops up, which wasn't there before, and now it's showing me a value of less than 1, which indicates that it's longer than it was before. If you move it to the left, it'll give you a value that's greater than 1, which means it's playing it back faster than its default, which is 1. So let's say that I make this about twice as long, which is 0.5. Check out how it sounds now. Basically, it sounds the same, it's just really, really long. You can still hear that there's vibrato, but the vibrato is 50% as fast as it was before, because it's twice as long as it was before. I'm going to jump into the project settings because I want to show you that you can change the default pitch shift mode in Reaper. Currently, it's set to Elastic 3.3.3 Pro. That is the default. And if you click the drop down here, you can see that there are a number of other options. But I don't think I've ever changed it from the default setting because, first, the default setting works for just about everything. And second, if I do need to change the pitch stretching algorithm that Reaper is using, I can do it on a clip-by-clip basis by hitting F2 on the keyboard to bring up the item properties. And you can see, with this media item selected, in the media item properties window here, right in this bottom section, there's a drop-down where I have all of those same options, but now I can adjust them for individual items if I want. And like I said before, normally I don't adjust it, but for whatever reason, if I felt that this pitch stretching algorithm wasn't working, I can change it to something different, or I can select the same as the project default, but just change the mode. And this is useful if you're maybe doing something like a vocal or a spoken word and you're stretching and it doesn't quite sound right. What you can do in that case is experiment with one of these different modes that will preserve the formant, and the formant is the part of the sound that creates the vowel sound. And so by selecting one of these other modes, it may sound a little bit better for you. The only one of these algorithms that sounds, I would say, wildly different than all of the rest is RIA. So if I select that one and then click Apply, check out how the bass sounds now. It has this really cool kind of spacey, reverberant texture to it. It's probably not appropriate for general use, but for sound design and creative use, RIA sounds amazing. I'm going to switch it back to the project default and click Apply. And I want to show you just a few more things here. First is resetting the playback rate. So you can do that just by typing in 1 here and then clicking Apply. You can also uncheck Preserve Pitch when changing rate, if for whatever reason.
Yeah, that shit is, yeah. Well, okay, so I'm touching F2 a lot. Hitting that key, F2, change this, change that. For default, for setting up default.
You wanted to stretch something out and have the pitch shift while you did that, you can uncheck it right here in the item properties and then stretch it out, and now it will be lower in pitch than it was before. You can also see that right above the media item here where it says the rate 0.5, and then right next to there it says -11. That -11 is referring to the number of semitones that this item has been shifted relative to where it was before. So if I get this right at 0.5 or close enough, it'll be almost exactly 1 octave down from where it was before. because 12 semitones is 1 octave. It's 12 half steps, which equals an octave. So I'm going to undo all of that by checking this box and setting the playback rate to 1. And now I'm going to show you how you can use this idea of stretching an audio item to adjust the timing of a recorded bit of audio. So I'm going to look at this section of the bass right here that I recorded live, and what you'll see is that the notes are not aligning perfectly to the grid. Now, you don't really need to fuss too much if all of the notes are not like 100% on the grid. But at some point in your editing journey, you're probably going to have to clean up the rhythms of something. So let me show you a couple of techniques that you can use to do that. One of them involves splitting the item and then just shifting the audio a little bit to the right or a little bit to the left. To do that, I like to turn off snapping by pressing Alt-S on the keyboard. And in this particular case, what I would do is try to get the splits in between the notes as much as possible. And because this is a staccato sounding bass part, which sounds like this, I have some space between these first few notes here. So if I split it right here, you're never going to hear that because the bass isn't really making a lot of noise here. So what I can do is put a split right there and then take this part of the audio and just shift it to the left. Typically, I like to do that by holding Alt and then left click and dragging, which is called a slip edit, although Reaper doesn't call it a slip edit. And you can just slip edit that to the right. I can do the same thing to this note. I'll split it right here and then just move it over to the left. Now, sometimes splitting the item and doing a slip edit doesn't always work because there's no space between the notes. So in these last 4 notes here, which sounds like this, or however many notes that is, I think it's 6 notes actually, doesn't matter. There's not a lot of space between the notes. So it's going to become a little bit trickier to try and split this without some weird things happening. Let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to split this right here. And in general, when you're doing this technique, what you want to do is have a split to the right of the thing that you are trying to adjust. For example, if you wanted to adjust this first note here, what you would not want to do is just take this entire media item and do a slip edit to pull that one note to the left. What you would want to do is split it right here so that everything to the right is unaffected and you can just adjust this one note right there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Very, surgical. You don't want to everything because since everything else follows a beat, right? You're shifting that whole segment.
So it's the same idea over here. I don't necessarily want to adjust these notes. I only want to work on this one note. So I'm going to put a split right here and then shift this note over to the left. Now, when I did that, this may be a little bit hard to tell, but this note should be taking up 2/16 notes of time, which the grid is currently set to 16th notes. So each one of these spaces here is 1/16 note. And I believe that this note should start here and end here. But because I played it a little bit loose, that's not really what's happening now. But I can fix that by stretching this note just a little bit. Now, if I just stretch this note where it is, it's going to stretch from the beginning of the media item, which is way over here. That's not going to really work for me. So what I want to do is move this split point right here by holding down Shift and then clicking and dragging. And I'm going to try and get this split point as close as I can to the grid without being on top of the grid, because I don't want it to be right at the very start of this note, because that can sound kind of funny when there's a crossfade that's happening right at the very start of a note. So now what I can do is trim this note back just a hair, and I think the second note is happening right here. You can see the waveform is kind of changing, so I'm just going to trim it back to about here and then stretch it to the right. And that way, this note is lasting for the correct amount of time. I can do a similar thing right here. What I can do is split this and then shift this over just a little bit. I can't really tell what's happening here because this note kind of looks like a mess. It's more like a noise. Yeah, I don't really know exactly what's happening there, but I'm just going to guess that this kind of looks right. And I'll focus more on getting this third note here kind of dialed in. So I'm going to move this split point right here I'm going to split this again before these final two notes, and then I'll just shift where this note is starting, and I'll try and get this part of the wave here. This is the start of the note. I'm just going to slide that over so it aligns right to the grid there. And again, this particular note is not lasting quite long enough. I start the next note right here, but actually it needs to start over here. So I think the best way to do that is to just kind of fix these notes over here. So I'm going to slide that note over just a little bit and then trim this back a little bit, trim this forward just a touch, and then take this note and stretch it to the right. And I'm going to zoom way and take this note and stretch it to the right. And I'm going to zoom way in here and just crossfade that just a little bit to make sure there's no clicks or pops. All right, let's see how this sounds. To me, that sounds more or less perfect. You'd have to really compare that to the original to know that there was an edit made. But now the rhythms are a little bit cleaner. They're happening right on the beat, and it's going to lock in with the rest of the music, I think, a little bit better. So splitting and slip editing, splitting and stretching is a perfectly valid technique for adjusting the timing of your recorded audio items. But I'm going to show you one more method that I think you'll find perhaps even more useful. So I'm going to undo all of those edits real quick. So let's look at using stretch markers to do something very similar. So stretch markers allow you to stretch your audio item, but not all at the same rate. And I think this will make more sense if I show you how they work. So I'm going to turn snapping off. And then what I want to do is place a stretch marker at the beginning of each one of these notes. So I'm going to put my mouse at the beginning of this very first note here. Oh, actually the first note's right here. And I'm going to hold Control and Alt on the keyboard and then click. And you can see there's a little diamond stretch marker that appeared. Actually, that's kind of hard to see, so I'm going to change the color of this clip, make it nice and dark, like that. Very good. That's a stretch marker right there. And I'm just going to move along and drop another stretch marker right after. Because just like before, when you're making these adjustments with stretch markers and splitting, I don't necessarily want to adjust everything in the clip. So if I put a stretch marker here and then I move this stretch marker, you can see that it's going to preserve all the audio to the right of this stretch marker, but I can make an adjustment right here and move this to the grid, just like that. So really quickly, you can go in here and drop stretch markers at the beginning of all of your notes. So just like that, really, really quickly. And then if you turn snapping back on, you can snap your stretch markers to the grid. Just like that. Or you can right-click on your item, go down to stretch markers in selected items, and choose Snap to Grid, and just let Reaper snap everything for you. And now, it basically sounds identical to the method that I showed you just a minute ago, but it takes a fraction of the time. Now, the reason that I spent time showing you that other method is because for some sounds, stretch markers can perhaps leave some artifacts behind that may not work. Maybe it's a violin, or maybe it's a female vocal. Using stretch markers might work, but it may be better to split it and stretch it in that more labor-intensive method that I showed you just a minute ago. Both techniques are totally viable. There's not a right or a wrong way to do it. There's just different techniques. I would say most of the time use stretch markers because it's way faster. But if you hear something that sounds kind of odd, you may want to undo your stretch markers, which you can do by right-clicking on your item, go down to stretch markers and just remove all of them, just like that. And then experiment with that other method to see if you can get the results that you're after. All right, coming up next, you're going to learn about effects.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Okay, so stretch markers, slip edits. That's going to be quite fun.
In this lesson, you will learn how to use effects in
Liberty Mutual has savings for all. Mary had a little something.
Why would anyone keep on running in this weather?
Reaper. There are a ton of ways that you can use effects inside of Reaper, but in this lesson, I'm going to focus on some basics. Applying effects to tracks, applying effects to individual media items, applying effects to your master track, and using monitor effects. Let's start with applying effects to an individual track. If you click on the effects button right here, Reaper's going to open up the effects browser, and it's going to show you all the effects that it has found on your system. And finding the exact effect that you are looking for is really pretty easy. There's a filter box right up here, and you can search for the name of a specific effect, or you can type in something like comp, which will find almost every compressor that I have on my system. It's not going to get all of them because some effects, like Rough Rider, for example, this is a compressor, and I don't think this shows up if I sort for comp because it doesn't have COMP in the name. Yeah, I don't see it here. But either way, if you're searching for the name of a specific effect or you're searching for the type of effect, I would say this is going to get you where you need to go. But if it doesn't, you can also sort the effects over here on the left. You can sort by the effect type, so you can click on VST or VST3 or JS or Kakos, and that'll show you just those effects. There's a list of categories here, and you can click on one of these categories to find some EQs. Now, again, just like the filter, this doesn't always find all of those EQ effects because of how the developers of certain effects have labeled their effects. For example, there may be an effect that is neither labeled an EQ or in the internal code flagged as an EQ, but this will find most of them. And if you click on developers, you can find the effect from a specific developer. Now, as you see here, I have a ton of audio effects on my system, and you're probably not going to have the same effects that I have. But let's look at some of the effects that come with Reaper that I think you're going to find very useful. So if you click on Kakos right here, one effect that you're probably going to want to have on every single one of your tracks is an EQ. Reaper comes with a basic but very good EQ called Re-EQ. And you can apply this to your track by double-clicking on the effect or clicking the Add button right down here. And now I can start EQing my drums. If I want to add another effect, I can double-click in a blank area underneath the effect right here. That'll bring up the effects browser. Or I can click the Add button, or you can come to the menu underneath Effects, Add Effects, or use the keyboard shortcut Insert or A. Another very common effect that you'll find handy to use on most of your tracks is a compressor. So I'm going to apply this stock compressor from Reaper called Recomp, and I'll double-click to insert that effect on this track. And now I have two basic but very good effects. Now these two effects are so common, I would recommend that you have them available on pretty much every track, and that's very easy to do. If you select your effects right here and then go into the menu, you can save chain as default for new tracks. A chain in Reaper is a selection of effects. So if I click on this, and now I insert a new track, what you'll see is that the effects button is green, indicating that there are effects already on this track, and those two effects are Re-EQ and Recomp. And both of them have been saved as the default for all tracks in their default state. So having these two effects as a track default is a pretty good place to start, because if you don't use them, it's not going to affect the audio, it's not going to use up any system resources, and when you do need to use them, it's going to save you time because you already have them loaded. Now, speaking of saving time, one thing that you may find is that over time you keep reaching for the same effects and you keep setting them up in the same way. And there's a great feature in Reaper called effects chains, which allow you to save a group of effects and it saves their current state. So let's say that I did some fancy drum EQ, something that looks like this, which is probably not going to sound good, but at least it looks like something. And then maybe I set the compressor to something like this, and I think that this is really great to have, and I want to make this available for future projects. What I can do is select both of these effects, come up to the menu, click on Effects, and then Save Effects Chain. And then I can save this as something like drum effects, which I've previously done. I'll click Save. And if I delete those effects and I click on the Effects button again and add those, you'll see that they will add back to this track in exactly the same state that I left them in, which is great for saving time in future projects. Moving effects from track to track is also very easy in Reaper. If you want to take all the effects from your drum track and put them on the bass track, all you need to do is just click on the effects button and drag it over to the bass track. And there you go. The same two effects have been applied in exactly the same way to the bass track. Or maybe you just want to copy one effect over from the bass track to something like the guitar track, maybe the compressor. You can just click and drag the recomp effect and drop it right here on the guitar track. Sometimes what you want to do is take an effect from one track and just move it to another track instead of copying it over. And you can do that by holding Alt. So if you hold Alt and then click and drag, you can just move recomp from the bass over to the guitar. If you want to get rid of all the effects on each one of your tracks, you can just Alt-click on the Effects button, and that'll clear out all of the effects. So putting effects on an individual track or most of your tracks is probably the most common way to use effects in Reaper, but it's not the only way. Another way that is sometimes very useful is applying effects to individual media items. If I wanted to take this item right here and apply an effect, a couple of different ways to do that. One way is you can come up to the View menu and then come down here to Effects Browser. Maybe you want to put something like a JS EQ, so I'll select this 3-band EQ, and I'll just drag it right over to that item. And now if you look at this item right here, you can see there's a little green button, and that indicates there is an effect on this media item. Now you can get this effects button to show up on all of your media items if you want in the preferences. So I'm going to open up preferences here, Control P on the keyboard, and then underneath appearance and then media in the same location where I showed you how to get this volume knob to appear above all the media items. There are a bunch of different options you have for media item buttons, and one of them is called No Effects. If you click on that and then click Apply, what you'll see is a little effects button that's grayed out show up above all of your media items. And when you click on this, it'll open up the effects browser, and then you can just select an effect to apply to that media item. Just like the effects in the track control panel, if you hold Alt and click on the effects above your media item, that will clear those out. That will get rid of those effects. Now, it's not my preference to have that effects button above each one of my media items, but maybe you'll find that useful. For now, I'm going to take that off and then click Apply. Using effects on your master track is also something that is very useful, and I would personally recommend it. Now, up until this point, you've been hearing the master track in each lesson because in Reaper, all of the tracks and all of the audio get processed by the master track as their final destination. That's where everything gets mixed together and processed before you hear it and before it gets rendered. And using effects on your master track is a really good idea to make sure that you are not outputting levels that are too high and causing clipping and distortion, which is not a great idea. So to see the master track in the track control panel, you can come up to the menu, click on View, and then select Master Track. And then on the master track, just like all the other tracks, there is an effects button. If you click on the effects button, it'll bring up the effects browser. And the first effect that I would recommend putting on your master track is called Relimit. Relimit is a really nice limiter, and it'll make sure that no audio gets above a certain limit. Sometimes that's called a threshold. In this case, it's called a ceiling. And I like to set this up by putting my brick wall ceiling to -1, my threshold to -1, and I like to check this true peak option down here. This will make sure that there is no audio that gets out of Reaper that's higher than -1. Now, you would think that -1 is somehow robbing me of a little bit of loudness, but that's not actually true. And if you look at the loudness specifications for things like YouTube and Spotify and Apple Podcasts, they will all have a spec in them that says loudness and then true peak. And there are no loudness recommendations that I know of that have a true peak value that's higher than -1. So by setting up relimit like this, it pretty much covers you for all your delivery platforms. And no matter how loud you get the audio in Reaper, so if I take all three of these tracks and just jack the volume all the way up and then play it, it's going to be loud, but it's not going to be distorted. Or at least it's not going to be really crunchy distortion, because anytime that you use dynamics processing like a limiter or a compressor, it does add some distortion, but it's so low that you really can't hear it. I'm going to double click on the volume to reset that for those tracks. And the other effect that I want to show you is called loudness, and that's right down here. It's called loudness meter. I'm going to add that to my master track as well. And I like to have this as the last effect in the effects list here, because you don't want to have another effect after this that's altering the frequency or the amplitude of the audio, because that would mean that your loudness meter is not giving you an accurate representation of what's going on with your project and with your master track effects. So really quickly, I'll show you how I usually set this up. I set the peak option here to true peak. I turn off short-term loudness, and I also turn off loudness range just to make this effect a little bit cleaner. And now you'll see as I play this back, it's giving me what I think is some useful information about the loudness of my project. The final thing that I want to show you with effects is called monitor effects. I'm going to come up to the view menu here, and then I'll select monitor effects. It's going to bring up the effects browser one more time, and this time I'm going to be using a third-party effect called Morphit. I'll double-click to apply that. Using monitor effects is a way to apply some effects to the thing that you're hearing, but not to the audio that gets rendered by Reaper. And typically, this is used for doing some corrective EQ to something like headphones. In other words, it's only altering the audio that I am monitoring and nothing else. Now, I wouldn't use this with my studio monitors, but if I'm using headphones, this is a really cool option to make sure that the thing that I'm listening to with my headphones is a lot more accurate. And this particular effect, called Morphit by Tone Boosters, is an effect that will apply a corrective EQ based on measurements that Tone Boosters have done on hundreds of different types of headphones. I think it's over 400 pair of headphones that they have measured. So if I search for my headphones, the Sennheiser HD 598s, which are not fancy at all, I can double click to apply this corrective EQ. And now things sound a little bit more correct in my ears. Now, I'm not going to be using this for the rest of the course because this is also altering the sound that's going out to OBS, and I don't want that. But I wanted to show it to you because it's a really cool option if you are someone who's maybe only using headphones inside of Reaper. You can use a plugin like this, which is called Morphit, to correct for the frequency response of your headphones, which will make mixing and editing a lot nicer. Now, there's a lot more that you can do with effects in Reaper, but that's it for this lesson. Coming up next, you're going to learn about routing. In this lesson, you will learn about routing
with digital assistants powered by Dell AI Factory with NVIDIA.
Blue would be complimentary. Maybe go brighter.
You can personalize shopping experiences
in Reaper. When it comes to routing in Reaper, you have a lot of options for routing audio from one track to another track, and that can help you to solve problems. It can help you to process your tracks creatively and much more. But in this lesson, I'm going to show you two practical examples of using routing that I think you're going to find very helpful. First, I'm going to show you how to set up a reverb return track. Now, when it comes to reverb, there's nothing inherently wrong with taking a single track like this and adding your favorite reverb to it. You can get it set up just how you like it, and it'll work just fine. However, when it comes to using reverb on multiple tracks, it's a little bit more efficient to use a reverb return track. And let me show you how that works. Over here in the track control panel, I'm going to double click to create a new track. I'm going to name this reverb return. I'm going to click on the effects here and get rid of the default effects, and then double click in a blank area to add my reverb effect. And I'm going to use a very simple stock reverb effect called Reverbate right here. I'm going to double click to add that to this track. Now, the idea with a reverb return or any type of effects return track is that I'm going to put an effect on this track and then I'm going to send audio from other tracks. In other words, I'm going to route the audio from my other tracks to this track. And the only thing that I want to hear on this track is reverb. And because I only want to hear reverb, I'm going to jump over here in the reverb settings and pull down the dry mix so that I'm not getting any of the unaffected audio back through this track. In other words, if I pulled the wet mix all the way down and left the dry mix at 0, any audio that I send to this track is just going to get louder. And that's
I wonder why they call it wet and dry mix. Sounds like dog chow or cat chow. I just gotta say it because it's But I don't know. Maybe that's maybe You know what? Let me take a look. Phew. Let's see. Wet and dry reverb. Okay. Oh, okay. So wet is the processed sound. Well, dry reverb is the original sound. So, yeah. I mean, I guess if you're passing through it. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I guess you're still passing something through it, like I guess like a filter. Something like that. Oh. Here. Let's finish this one. Finish it.
That's not what I want. I don't want to hear any of the audio that has been unprocessed. I want to hear only the audio that has been processed. So I'm going to pull the dry down and leave the wet all the way up. I'm also going to increase the room size for this effect up to the mid 90s, and that'll make it very apparent what's happening with this reverb. Next, I need to send audio for any track that I want reverb on to my reverb return track. An easy way to do that is to just click and drag on the route button. And if you drag it down here, you'll see a little cable icon. That's a little tip ring sleeve icon. And if you release it, that will create a send from track 4 to track 5. And now I have reverb on my keyboard sound right here. So if I solo this, you can hear it's making a pretty big difference. Now, maybe you want reverb on multiple tracks, and you could drag each one down from the route button over to this track, or you can click the route button right here, and you can click on the receives dropdown here, and you can add receives from all tracks. Now, before I do that, I'm going to delete this receive from track number 4 here so that I don't duplicate it. And then I will select that option there, add receive from all tracks. And now audio is being sent from each one of these tracks to my reverb return, which means I'll hear reverb on everything. Now, that sounds...
Yeah, it sounds more like you're in like a stadium or a big giant, stadium. But gonna be a hot mess.
Interesting, but it also kind of sounds like a hot mess. So let me show you how I would go about fixing that. For one, I would take the reverb off the bass. Reverb on bass is not very common and it can sound a little bit muddy. I don't really want that. I also want to adjust the level of the send from each one of these other tracks to kind of balance things out. I probably don't want a ton of reverb on my guitar. Maybe I'll pull it down a little bit here for the Mr. Tramp 2 keyboard sound, and then I'll pull it down a little bit from the drums as well. Let's see how that sounds. Now that sounds a little bit better to me. Another thing that I could do is jump into the effects here and just pull the wet level down like 6 or 7 decibels. And that would give me a little bit more granularity in adjusting the sends or the receive volume for each one of these tracks right here. Whoops, let me open that up one more time. So with less wet reverb sound, that means that I will have a little bit more resolution in the mix level for each one of these tracks. And there you go. It's pretty simple to do. The second example that I want to show you with routing is how to set up a headphone mix and send that to another output on your system. And just like before, I'm going to start by creating a new track by double-clicking in the track control panel. I'm going to name this track Headphone Mix. And then I'm going to click on the routing button. And what I want to do here is similar to setting up the effects return, but in this case, I want to route audio from these tracks, but I don't want to actually hear the audio that's going to my headphone mix. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to uncheck this button right here, Master Send, and that will disable track number 6 here from sending audio back to my master track. If I didn't do this, anything that I sent to this track would just become louder, and that's not what I want to use this track for. Instead, what I want to do is in this routing window here, I want to add a new hardware output. So on my particular audio interface, the Motu M4, I have 4 inputs and 4 outputs. Outputs 1 and 2 are connected to my studio monitors, but outputs 3 and 4 I could have connected to something else, like a headphone amplifier. So I'm going to select output.
Okay, headphone amplifier. Wow. Okay, to the studio monitor, output 1 and 2, but output 3 and 4, the headphone monitor? Okay, what I don't know what that means.
Puts 3 and 4. And then what I want to do is add receives from all of my tracks. And check out what happens when I play this now. Now you can see that there is some activity here in the meters, but if I solo this track, you're not going to hear anything because I disabled this track from sending audio to the master track, and that's exactly what I want. Instead, it's sending audio out on hardware outputs 3 and 4. Now, the advantage of setting up a headphone mix like this on a separate output is that you have independent control of what is going out to that headphone output, and you can control the levels and the pan independently of what's happening over here in the track control panel and what's going out to your main monitors. So, for example, whoever's listening to this headphone mix may want a little less bass, maybe a lot less guitar, because let's imagine that they're a guitar player, so maybe they want to hear some of it, but not a lot. They don't want a lot of reverb, and we can dial in the mix for exactly what they need. Now, it's worth mentioning that you may want to switch the sends over for each one of these sends from post-fader post-pan to pre-fader post-effects. By default, when you create a send in Reaper, it's going to be post-fader, and for most things that works just fine. But for something like a monitor mix, it probably makes more sense to have this be pre-fader post-effects. And that way, if while you are listening back to the project and the person is practicing or recording, if you are making adjustments to the volumes of your tracks like this, it's not going to be affecting what they are hearing in the headphones because this is pre-fader. Pre-fader post-effects is really nice because if you have effects on the tracks like compression and EQ, odds are they're going to want to hear what that sounds like as well. So that's probably your best bet, but you also have an option here for pre-effects, which is pre-fader, pre-pan, and pre-effects. A lot of options here. On top of that, you also have options for muting, for flipping the phase, for collapsing the stereo image down to mono, to adjusting the pan, and much more. There's certainly a lot more that you can do with routing inside of Reaper, and the only limit is really your imagination. All right, coming up next, you're going to learn about automation and envelopes.
Yeah, probably don't think I'm going to think about that part then, but yeah, I think definitely for music productions, maybe orchestral or sound controls, even things like anime too as well, since voice acting and casting, probably very important, but just don't think too much at this point. At least I'm not going to, about this part.
In this lesson,
Every day, our world gets a little more connected.
you are going to learn about automation and envelopes. Automation and envelopes allow you to change parameters over time, and it's an essential part of mixing and processing audio. Once you understand how it works, it really opens up the door to a ton of creativity and flexibility. Now, I'm going to start with the idea of automating the volume of a track, because that's a super common thing to do. But to make it easier for you to see, I'm going to change this volume knob to a fader by coming up here to Options, Themes, Theme Adjuster. And here on the track control panel page, which you can get to by cycling through the pages here, I'm going to increase the size of the volume and decrease the size of the name to make that fader nice and large there. Now, there are two primary ways that you can use automation in Reaper. One is to record your actions in real time, and when you do, an envelope will be created, and then when you play your project back, whatever parameter you have adjusted follows the shape of that envelope. The other way is to just create envelopes manually, and I'm going to show you both in this lesson. First, let's look at how to record some automation. So on my drum track here, I'm going to right-click on this trim button, and I'm going to go all the way down here and set the automation mode to write. Now, the important thing to know about the write mode is that it's always writing, whether you are playing back your project or not. So even though my project is not playing, if I make an adjustment to the volume, you will see that the envelope for the volume has been created, and whatever value I set the volume fader to is stored in the envelope right here. And if I play back my project, it's going to record the values in real time.
That is actually pretty nice. If you can do, since you can do it real time, like you can actually, like, I don't know if you're a actual music composer or whatnot, you can kind of like, okay, I need to adjust this part right here, just do it rather than re-recording it again. For, I don't know, I can just see it like you wanted something like quiet, but they kind of written in, I don't want to say the word forte. Forte. I think in Italian means maybe it's less louder. Triple forte. Oh, that's super loud. But you want to change it to more quieter. Not prima passimo. But more quieter. You could probably just change it from there. Pretty cool.
Again, the important thing to remember is that write mode is always writing. And if I want to hear the automation that I just recorded, I want to change the mode, because if I play it from here, it's going to rewrite all of that automation. So I'm going to undo that and change the mode to read trim. Now you'll notice that there are two modes that can read. One is read and the other is read/trim. If I set this to read, what you'll see is that the fader matches the envelope exactly. But if I set this to trim and read, the fader doesn't move at all. The advantage of the trim read mode is that this fader now acts as a trim volume control, which is kind of like an additional volume that sits above this volume envelope right here. So what I can do with this mode is I can make an adjustment to the volume relative to this volume envelope. In other words, the track is still going to follow this envelope and it's going to adjust the volume, but if I wanted to turn everything in this track up or down just a little bit or even by a lot, I could do that with this fader. If I set this to read mode, I can't make any adjustments to this fader. That's the difference. By default, all of the tracks in Reaper are set to trim and read. There are a few more recording modes that I want to go over. The first is latch. And before I do that, I'm just going to select all of my points and delete them. So in latch mode, it starts recording changes once you've made an adjustment to a parameter. And then it will keep recording the current position until you stop playback. Check it out. So in latch mode, it doesn't start recording until you make an adjustment, and then once you do, it holds that adjustment until you stop playback. And you'll also notice that there is an extra point that is created right here. I think this happens in all of the record modes. Essentially what it's doing is when you record the automation, it creates one more point that kind of stores the previous value, which in this case was 0 decibels. All right, I'm going to select all those points and delete them. And let's look at touch mode. Touch mode is similar to latch mode, except that it stops recording changes when you stop adjusting the parameter. So as soon as you stop touching the control that you are automating, it stops recording those changes and they snap back to wherever it was before you started recording automation, which is why it creates this additional point right here. Now, the nice thing about touch mode and latch mode is that you don't necessarily need to set those back to read mode. If you play this again, it's not going to rewrite the automation over what I recorded. The only mode that does that is write mode. And at any point in time, I can start recording new automation for the volume. I'm going to set this back to trim and read, and I'm going to clear this envelope right here. This is telling me all of my envelope points will be deleted. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm going to click yes. Now, automation works with any parameter. I showed you volume, but it works with any parameter, including effects. So I'm going to insert re-EQ here. I'm going to set this back to latch mode, and check this out. Basically, any parameter that you adjust when you have latch, touch, or write enabled will record automation. I'm going to undo that and get rid of this effect because now I want to show you how to create those envelopes manually. If you click on the trim button, you get a little pop-up here which gives you access to all of the envelopes that are currently available for this track. And right now I have volume, pan, width, volume pre-effects, pan pre-effects, width pre-effects, trim volume, which you can create an envelope for, but if you notice, you can't arm it for recording. So you can automate the trim volume, but you can't arm it for recording and make those adjustments in real time, which is not a big deal. I also have mute, and I have envelopes that go to the send of my reverb return. But let's say I want to make an adjustment to the volume. I can just enable that here, or there's a keyboard shortcut for that, which is V for volume, very handy to remember. And now I can create an envelope manually. Once this is visible, I can use my mouse, and if I hold Shift and click, I can create points here, and it will create a new point wherever I have my mouse positioned, and it will hold the value of the last point that I created for the rest of the project. And if you have snapping enabled, all of these points are snapped to the grid. I'm going to select those and delete them. If you hold Control and you click and drag, this will allow you to freehand draw an envelope, and this ignores snapping. So if you zoom in here, you can see that there are all these points created in between the grid lines because this ignores snapping. Now, just something to note when you create a freehand envelope is that it creates an additional point here to the right, just like the automation record modes do, which goes back to the default value. Now, at first you may think this is annoying, but honestly, I love this feature because when I'm editing vocals and I want to duck the vocal for a breath sound, what I can do is find the breath in the waveform and then just hold Control and click and drag and just duck it down in volume just like that. It's super easy to do and super quick. In fact, this is the fastest way that I know about for editing out breath noises because every time that I see one, I just hold Control and I can just duck it down just like that. It is super fast. And then the volume jumps right back up to the default. So for editing vocals, for editing dialogue and VO, this is a super fast way to clean that up. Now let's say you create a shape like this and you want to move this to the right, but you don't want to move it up and down at all. What I would do is turn off snapping and then zoom in here so that I can precisely move this. And then with those 4 points selected, if I click and drag this to try and move it right, you'll see that it's actually quite difficult to move in just the horizontal axis. But if you click on one of these points and then you hold Control and Shift while you are still holding down the left click button, that will lock the movement to the first axis that you move. So if you move this horizontally, you can see that it won't move vertically. And similarly, if I click this and hold it and then press Shift and Control, this will lock to the vertical axis, which is very handy to know. Let's say you have a couple of points and you want to make a very fine adjustment on them. Well, if you click them and you hold Control and Alt, you can make a really fine adjustment where if you are not holding that, it makes a much bigger adjustment. Another thing you may find useful is creating an envelope segment. Let's say you have 2 points just like this. If you hold Shift and Alt and then drag in between these 2 points, it will create a volume segment, which is this kind of square shape right here. You can do something similar in a time selection. So if I hold down Control and then I right-click and drag to make a time selection, if I hold Shift and Control, that will create an envelope segment within the time selection, which saves you a little bit of time because you don't have to create those first 2 points manually. All you need to do is Control, right-click, and drag, and then hold Shift and Control, and you can duck the audio just like that. Now, you may have noticed that the shape between these points is linear. In other words, it's a straight line between these points. But that's something that you can change. If you hold Alt and you click and drag on the envelope between 2 points, you can make this nice and curvy, or you can select a group of points, you can right-click on them, and then you can set the shape for selected points, and you have all these options. You can set it to square, slow start and end, fast start, fast end, and Bezier. And you can get those exactly as curvy or as square as you want, and everything in between. There's a bunch more options here for you to explore. If you select points and you right-click on them, you can invert them, you can reset them to 0, and a lot more. I'll leave that for you to explore. I also want to show you a couple of things over here on the left side. There's a knob right here. If you click and drag this, it will adjust the scaling vertically of all of your points if you don't have any selected. If you select some of your points here, it will adjust only those points, which is a handy way to make an adjustment really quickly. Right over here, there's a bypass button. So let's say you are experimenting with some automation and you want to go back and forth and hear what it sounds like, you can just bypass it right here. And now this track will ignore this automation. And you can just re-enable it to bring it back. There's a drop-down right here. Bypass it right here, and you want to go back button. So let's say you are experimenting with some automation, and you want to go back and forth and hear what it sounds like. You can just bypass it right here, and now this track will ignore this automation. And you can just re-enable it to bring it back. There's a drop-down right here, which gives you a few useful options that I wanted to show you. You can hide your envelope. You can move your envelope to the media lane, which moves it right on top of your media item here. Generally, I don't like to do that because it's very easy to accidentally grab your media item when you meant to grab one of these envelope points. You can lock your media item to get around that, but it's not something that I've found super helpful to do. There's also an option to clear the envelope. If you click yes, it will remove the envelope completely and delete the points. If you click no, it'll just delete the points and kind of reset it back to its default state here. There's a lot more that you can do with automation and envelopes. You can copy and paste points on the same track. You can copy envelopes from one track to another track, or just copy the points from one track to another track. You can create things like automation items and much, much more. Make sure to check out the Reaper manual if you want to dive into the weeds and find out everything there is to know about automation and envelopes. For now, you're ready to move on to the next lesson, where you're going to learn about folders and grouping. In this lesson, you will learn about folders and grouping. Using track folders in Reaper is a great option when you want to process multiple tracks together. Let me show you how it works. I'm going to create a new track and bring it all the way up to the top in the track control panel, and I'm going to name this. And then if I click on this button right here, this will cycle between making this track, a folder, or the last folder in a track. So if I click this one time, every track in my project below this track folder will now be inside this track folder. And once I have that set up, the audio from all of these tracks will now be routed through my track folder, which means I can process all of these tracks together. So if I open up my effects here and I bring up the EQ, I can now EQ all of these tracks together. Which is really handy for processing similar tracks like overheads, snare drum tracks, 10 different drum tracks, background vocals, guitar tracks, and much, much more. This is also a great way to control the volume of multiple tracks at the same time. So if I adjust the volume here in the track folder, it's going to functionally adjust the volume of all of these other tracks. I say functionally because it's not actually controlling any of these other tracks. Now, the one thing to know about a track folder is what happens when you have sends and receives going in and out of tracks in the track folder. And let me show you what I mean. I'm going to take my reverb return here and pull that out of my track folder. And I can do that two ways. I can just pull it down like this, and that'll make my Mr. Tramp 2 keys track the last track in the folder. Or I can click this folder button on the Mr. Tramp 2 track 2 times, and that'll also make this the last track in the folder. And now watch what happens when I adjust the volume of my track folder. If I pull the volume all the way down in my track folder, I can still hear the audio coming through the reverb return because the routing didn't change. And this drum track, for example, is still sending audio to my reverb return. So that's something that you got to watch out for if you're using an effects return track like this reverb right here, and you have other tracks put in a track folder. When you adjust the volume of the track folder, it's not going to adjust the sends going to the reverb return. So probably the best way to handle this is to make sure that this reverb return track is inside the track folder. But there are other ways to control the volume of multiple tracks from one single track. I'm going to pull all of these out of the track folder, and I'm going to rename this track to lead track. Then I'm going to right-click on this track, come down to track grouping, and then select track grouping parameters. And with track grouping, there is a ton that you can control. I'm going to show you some really simple things here. To start, I'm going to select my lead track, and then I'm going to just assign all of these lead functions here by just clicking on this lead button right here. And then I'll take all the other tracks and then click on follow, which assigns all of these options right here to follow. And what that means is when I adjust my lead track, it's going to control the volume on all of the other tracks. And it does that in a relative way. In other words, when I double click the volume of the lead track and set it back to 0 decibels, it's not going to change all of the volumes in all of the follow tracks to 0 decibels. They're going to go back to wherever they were when I set them to follow, which means that I can adjust the volume of any one of these tracks and still control them relative to my lead track. I can also click on mute and solo, and that will mute and solo everything that's following, and pan will also follow as well. Now, using grouping like this is really good for toggling mute on and off in solo and making a few adjustments here and there. The one place where this becomes a little bit messy is when it comes to automation. So let's say you wanted to record some automation with your tracks grouped like this. I'll set my lead track to touch, and what you'll see is everything that's following is now armed for automation as well. And if I record some volume automation, it's essentially just copying the automation from this track to all of the other tracks, which means that if I go back and manually adjust the envelope for my lead track, it won't update in any of the other tracks. Check it out. So if I wanted to update the volume automation of what I just wrote, I'd have to do it live, and it's just kind of a mess. So let me show you another way to group these tracks that works a little bit better for automation. I'm going to select all of these tracks and then press Ctrl-G on the keyboard to bring up those track grouping parameters. And with everything selected, I'm going to click None, which is going to clear out all of the grouping. And I should also set all of these back to Trim Read. This time, I'm going to select my lead track here, and instead of selecting all of these things, what I'm going to do is enable VCA lead, and I'm also going to enable solo, mute, and pan lead. And then I'm going to select all the other tracks that I want to control, set those to VCA follow, solo, mute, and pan follow. And with the track set up like this, mute works exactly the same way, solo works the same way, and pan works the same way. You can see the pan updating on all the other tracks, but the volume works much better when it comes to automation. You'll notice as I move the volume, instead of controlling the position of the fader on all the other tracks, well, nothing is happening. But if I play back my project and adjust the volume, you'll notice that it is turning down the volume of all of the tracks. And if I bring the volume envelope up and freehand draw some automation in, all of these other tracks are following the volume envelope from the lead track without having automation written on them. Which is great because if you already have automation or envelopes on any of your other tracks, it's still going to work just as it did before. But on top of that, it's going to follow the automation for the volume on the lead track. So it's kind of like a volume on top of a volume, which seems crazy, but it just gives you another level of control. I'm going to select all my tracks, and I'm just going to reset the grouping on all of those. And before I wrap this lesson up, I just want to point out that you can have up to 64 different groups in Reaper, and you can rename them so that you can keep track of which tracks are grouped together. All right, coming up next, you're going to learn about project markers and regions. In this lesson, you're going to learn about markers and regions. Using markers in Reaper is a great way to, well, mark different sections of your project. And you can insert markers by pressing M on the keyboard, just like that. Now, if you have snapping enabled and you are using the grid, your markers will snap to the grid. But if you turn off snapping, you can slide these markers wherever you want. You can also rename your markers if you double-click on them. You could call this intro, verse 1, and so on. Markers can be a great way to navigate around your project, especially.
Yeah, okay, this is definitely useful. When I can see when you're composing the song, right? What's your intro, outro, melody, not melody, harmony. There's probably those like individuals, tracks, but at least like the sectioning.
Especially as it gets longer. And there are some keyboard shortcuts which make that a little bit easier. So the first 9 numbers on the QWERTY keyboard will instantly move the edit cursor to the first 9 markers. Check it out. If you want to go back to the intro, you just press the 1 key, verse 1, 2, and 3, and that makes it super fast to get around your project. So like I said before, you can set the edit cursor and then press M to insert a marker, or you can insert markers on the fly. Just like that. And you can see I can use the keyboard to jump in between those markers as well. Now, if you have a bunch of markers and you want to go in and modify and rename them, double-clicking on each one can be a little tedious, so I also want to show you the Marker Manager, which you can find by coming up here to the menu, select View, and then it's right down here, Region/Marker Manager. And if you uncheck Regions and check Markers, you'll see all your markers in your project. So you could rename these sections here, just like this. By double-clicking on the name and then using Tab to jump down to the next name. You can also change the color of your marker or set to a random color, or you can select all of them and set to one random color or random colors, or reset them to default. Now, if you somehow get these markers out of order, what you could do is just right-click here and then renumber in timeline order, which reassigns the numbers in the order that they are in the timeline. If you want to get rid of any markers, you can Alt-click on individual markers to get rid of them, or you can make a time selection, right-click, and then choose Remove All Markers from Time Selection. So that's markers, which are very useful. Another tool that you can use to help you manage and arrange your project are regions. Regions are kind of like markers, but instead of identifying a single point in time, like a marker, a region identifies a time range in your project. So I have snapping turned back on, and what I'm going to do is set a few markers, which will allow me to create a time selection a little bit easier, because currently the grid is set to 16th notes, and that can be just a little bit fiddly to make a accurate time selection. So sometimes what I like to do is just drop a couple of markers and then make a time selection in between those two markers. And then once I have a time selection, if I press Shift-R on the keyboard, that creates a region. So this is my first region right here. And then let's see, I'm going to put another marker right here, select in between these two, Shift-R, and then I'll make one more right here, Shift-R one more time. And now I have 3 regions set up. Now, regions are really useful for arranging and rendering your projects. Let's say that you wanted to increase the length of the verse section of your song. What you could do is just duplicate this region by holding Control and then left-clicking and dragging. And check that out. Now you have a verse that's twice as long. Essentially, what it did is everything within the bounds of this region just got duplicated and moved over. If you wanted to take this verse and move it to the other side of the chorus, you can do it just like that. And everything in this region moves along with.
Wait, what? What the heck?
That region. Maybe you and everything. You can do it just like that. And everything in this region moves along with that region.
That's pretty nice. Like, yeah, sometimes you just kind of wondering, like, okay, what if, and if you want to experiment a little bit, once in, you finish constructing different segments of your song, then you can just kind of play around and see how they would fit with each other. There's the harmony and melody, right? And then if they support each other, if you want to be a troll too as well, you can, play just rearrange certain things and just like, the average normal people are not gonna get it, but for them, I guess in the music file, people who love music or sound, they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, what the heck are you doing? It'd be cool. Just troll them. Yeah.
Region. Maybe you want to put another chorus right here and have it be a double chorus. Just like that, you have rearranged your song entirely, which is awesome. Now, just like with the markers, you can also edit and modify your regions in the Region Marker Manager right here. And this can be a lot faster for naming multiple regions, just like if you were naming multiple markers. You can also change the color right over here. And that can help you identify different sections of your project. As I mentioned a minute ago, you can also use regions to help you render your project. And I want to show you that really quickly by switching over to a real-world project that I was working on just the other day. What you're looking at here is a 9-hour-long audiobook by John Maxwell. A buddy of mine, Andrew, recorded and edited this, and then he sent it over to me to master it and get it ready to be published on Audible. And as you can see here, every single chapter in this book has its own region. So we have the opening, the dedication, introduction, and then it gets into the meat of the book with these 16 laws right here. And like I said before, I can use these regions to help me render my project because I don't want to render this entire project as one audio file. Instead, I want to render each chapter individually, which is super easy to do. What I can do is bring up the Region Manager and then click over to the Render Matrix, which opens up and it's docked down here, but I'm just going to pull that out. I'm just going to float that right over here. And you can see that I have selected the master mix for each one of these regions. And then if I go to render my project, by hitting Control-Alt-R, you can see that my project is going to render 21 files, which is every single one of those chapters, because I have the source set to Region Render Matrix via the master mixer. So essentially, it's going to render each one of these regions via the master mix, which means that it applies all of my processing. And right down here, you can see it's going to render 21 files. And the great thing about doing it this way is I can get Reaper to name all of the files however I want. So right here in the file name section, you can see that I have this little $sign, and then it says region number, and then underscore $ region. And if you look at the file names, it's going to name all of those with the region number, which is right here, and then the name of the region. And that saves me a ton of work. Now, I'm going to talk more about render settings in an upcoming lesson. But for now, it's time to move on to the next lesson where you're going to learn about actions and customization. In this lesson, you are going to learn about actions and customizations. Like I've said several times throughout this course, Reaper is very customizable, and in this lesson, I'm going to show you a few of those customizations that you should know about. First, let's look at actions. Come on up to the menu, click on Actions, and Show Actions List. Reaper already makes extensive use of keyboard shortcuts, but on top of that, there are hundreds of actions which you can find in this Actions list that represent things that you can do in Reaper that you can't find in any of its menus. Now, when you look at any single action, they're not that impressive, but the real power behind actions comes when you realize that you can string multiple actions together in a sequence to create custom commands that can be executed with a single keystroke or MIDI input. And if you want to change any of the default shortcuts, this is where you go to do that. So if you want to find the action you're looking for, probably the easiest way to do that is to type something in the filter box right here. So if you type normalize, you can see there are already 2 shortcuts assigned to normalize actions, but there are several other normalize actions that may be more useful. For example, the default shortcut for normalize is set to Control-Shift-N, and that action normalizes items to 0 decibel peak, which is not something that I find useful at all. So what I usually do is change that shortcut to something else. So I'm going to select that shortcut right down here and delete it, and then I'm going to select this action right here, normalize items, peaks, RMS, LUFS, and then click Add, and type that shortcut in again. I find this a much more useful action to execute when I'm trying to normalize, because when I select a media item or several media items, I get this little pop-up, and I have all these different options that I can use to normalize those items, which is super handy for dialogue, for podcasts, and much more. Another thing that I like to do is change the default behavior for play and stop in Reaper. Now, right now, when you press the space bar, it's going to play, and then when you press it again, it's going to stop. But when it stops, the play cursor jumps back to where it was when you started playing, just like this. Now, that's totally fine if you're working on music, but when I'm editing things like audiobooks, podcasts, or voiceover, that drives me nuts because sometimes I'll play and I'll be listening and editing in real time as it's playing, and maybe 2 or 3 minutes will go by. And then I press the spacebar again, and the play cursor jumps back 3 minutes ago. And then I go and try and find the word that I just heard to try and find the place that I wanted it to stop. So there's an easy way to get around that, and that's just to change the default behavior for play and stop. And let me show you how to do that really quickly. So to find that shortcut, I'm going to click on this Find Shortcut button right here, and then press spacebar. And this is the thing that I want to change, which is transport, play, and stop. I'm going to remove this shortcut right here, and then I'm going to add a different shortcut, which is Shift Space. And then I'm going to create a new custom action, a really simple one, by clicking on New Action, New Custom Action right down here. Play and transport has already been added, I think because it was just selected, and that's totally fine because I need this action anyway, but for any additional actions, I can search for them over here, and I do need one, and it's called Move Edit Cursor to Play Cursor. I'm going to drag that in and put it above this transport, play, and stop. I'm going to name this Stop on Cursor, and then click OK. And then at the very top of my actions list, I can see my custom action. I'm going to add a shortcut, which is spacebar, and then click OK. And so now if I play my project, it does exactly what I want. Now, like I said before, this way of play and stopping using the spacebar is probably not ideal for music production, but for a lot of the other ways that I use Reaper, it's much better. But now I have both methods of playing and stopping mapped to the keyboard. If I press Shift and Space, and Shift and Space again, the play cursor is going to jump back to where it was before. Now, if that becomes too confusing, which it definitely can, what you can do is just export 2 different key maps, which you can do right down here. So what I'm going to do is click on key map and then export shortcut key map. And I'm going to call this video play stop because this sort of play and stop is much more similar to how video editors work. And I'm going to click save. And then I'm going to swap these shortcuts around. So I'm going to click add right here to my custom stop on cursor. And I'm going to switch this to shift space and then click OK. And because shift space is already assigned to that other action, Reaper's going to say, hey, this key is already mapped to this action. Do you want to override it? Yes, I do. I'm going to select space and then delete it. And then I'm going to search for play stop. And I'm going to add the shortcut and then hit the space bar. And now I've basically put it back to the default way that play and stop works, except that I have this additional shortcut of shift space. And then I'm going to export this shortcut key map, and I'll call this normal play and stop. So right now, play and stop work as they did by default, which is fine. But if I want to switch to that other key map, I can just import this one right here, and now those are swapped around. And you don't have to worry about this being super overwhelming because if at any point in time you want to restore to the factory defaults, you can do that right here. Key map, restore all shortcut bindings to factory defaults. Now I want to show you one more customization really quick, and that is to mouse modifiers. Now, one thing that I like to do when I'm editing, particularly when I'm doing sound design or voiceover or podcasts, but this definitely comes in handy when I'm doing music as well, is have a mouse modifier that allows me to adjust the curve of this fade. And this will work for fade ins and fade outs and crossfades as well. Right now, I can adjust it by right-clicking and selecting one of these shapes, but that doesn't give me a ton of control. Instead, what I want to do is add a mouse modifier or a keyboard mouse modifier to allow me to adjust the shape of this curve. And let me show you how to do that. So what I'm going to do is just grab the fade and move it, and then jump into the preferences. And then if you come down here under editing behavior and mouse modifiers, the last thing that you did in Reaper is selected in this context menu, which is amazing because if you click this drop down, you'll see that there are a bunch of options here. And if you had to find the exact thing that you're looking for, it can be a little overwhelming. But because I adjusted the fade and then opened up the preferences, media item fade / auto crossfade has been selected. So what I can do is either override one of these default mouse modifiers, like something like Alt, or I can add one of these additional modifiers down here, something like Alt Windows. So if I double click right here, what I want to do is select something like Just Adjust Curve, and then click OK. And now if I hold Alt and Windows, what I can do is change the shape of this curve and make it the exact shape that I want. And I find this really handy for fading out things like drum hits and whooshes and explosions and sound effects. Another mouse modifier that I like to change is not currently set up. Sometimes what I like to do is adjust the end of a media item, but leave the start of the fade in place. So maybe I want the fade to start right here, but I just want it to go longer. And that'll work a little easier if I turn off snapping. So let's say I wanted the fade out to last this long. Well, without that modifier, I'd have to do like multiple things here. So let me show you how to set that as well. I'm just going to wiggle the end of this item here and then go back into the preferences. And now media item edge has been selected. And I can select something like Control Windows, double click, and then select Move Edge without changing fade in end time. And then click OK. And now if I hit Control Windows, check this out. That's exactly what I wanted it to do. Now I can adjust my fade curve. And I find this very, very useful for fine-tuning how items fade out. And that right there just scratches the surface. There are a lot of other customizations that you can do with actions, with modifiers, and much, much more. All right, coming up next, you're going to learn about rendering. In this lesson, you will learn about
I think I just won my taxes. Oh yeah? I just switched from TurboTax to H&R Block. It was so easy.
You mean I don't have to go back through all this to switch?
Nope.
It's easy to switch from
about rendering in Reaper. After you've made all of your edits and you get your project sounding fantastic, it's going to be time to render out your project so that other people can hear it. And let me show you how to do that. If you come up here to File, Render, which also has the keyboard shortcut Control-Alt-R, and the first time that you look at this render window, this can feel maybe a little overwhelming, but I'm just going to draw your attention to a few of the areas that will be very helpful when it comes time to rendering. The first is this source option right here. You can click this drop down and you can see there are a bunch of different options for rendering things like the stems, the master mix plus stems, and much more. For most of your projects, you want this set to the default, which is going to be the master mix. Next, you want to make sure that your project is going to render at the appropriate start and end times, because sometimes you'll have a project like this where you may not necessarily want it to start rendering from the very beginning, because I started recording most of this audio at measure 2. So if this were to render from the beginning, it would have this kind of empty gap, which is probably not ideal. So if you click on this drop down here, you can see that there are several options. Entire project will render your entire project. Even if you have a little piece of audio way over here, it'll render all this silence and then that little piece of audio. So that's something that you have to watch out for if you're going to be kind of moving things around in your project. But if you want to make sure it renders only the parts that you want it to render, what you might want to do is create a time selection. And I think the easiest way to do that is to use markers. So what I would probably do is come in here and drop a marker. It doesn't have to be on the grid, but this is close enough. And I'm going to use that as my start position and then come over here and then drop another one for my end position. And that makes it really easy to make a time selection. And then I can just choose time selection from this drop down here. And whatever I do will update right here in the render window. If I want to modify this just a little bit, you'll see that update right here. Now, another way that you can do a very similar thing and utilize markers is to select this first marker and type equals start in all caps and then click OK. And then for this one right here, you're going to type equals end in all caps and then click OK. And now if you select custom time range, that's going to be between wherever these two markers are. So you'll see if I move this and then I update this, that's going to change. And this is probably the easiest way to set a start and an end position. But if you wanted to render a smaller portion, you can just create a time selection and then select that right here. And there are even more options like selected markers, all project markers, selected regions, and more. Next, let's look at this output section right here. And I think this is pretty self-explanatory, but there are some things that I want to highlight. First, we have to set an output directory. If you click on Browse, it's going to have a couple of default locations, probably where you saved your file, but you can browse for a directory. Usually what I will do is set this to the project save location, which I think is right here, and then choose Browse for Directory, which makes finding that folder a lot faster. Usually what I do is select the save location, and then I'll create a new folder and call this renders or exports or something like that. Select that folder and then click OK. Or if you know the exact location where you want these files to render, you can just type that in right here or copy and paste it from File Explorer. Next is the name of your file, which is pretty self-explanatory. Name your file whatever you want. Or you can use wildcards, which are over here. And if you click on wildcards, you will see that there is a ton of different wildcards that you can insert for the file name, which will automatically name the file according to these properties. So for example, if you want your file named with the project, you just select that wildcard. If you want it to be something like your project underscore the date, you can do that as well. So date time, you can select date or date time or like any of these things and check that out. You can see the file name right down here, just won't underscore rendering underscore the date right there. In the output section right here, there are many, many options. Don't let this overwhelm you because there are really only a few options that you need to focus on. The first is sample rate. By default, this should be set to whatever your project was set to. Right now, it's 44,100 hertz, which is the default sample rate for music. Most of the time, I render out at 48 kilohertz because I work on a combination of music and video projects and podcasts and audiobooks. And 48 kilohertz pretty much works for everything. However, if you are rendering to somewhere specific, like Audible, for example, which you saw in a previous lesson, you want to make sure that you are matching their delivery specifications exactly. Their delivery platform, which is called ACX, specifies that the files be 44,100. They recommend mono, and the format is MP3, which I'm going to show you how to adjust in just a second. So the next section you want to look at is channels. By default, this will be selected to stereo, but if it's something like an audiobook, you may want to switch this over to mono. And by the way, if you are going to be delivering something in mono, please make sure that you listen to your project in mono, which you can do by clicking on this button right here. This will collapse the stereo image down to mono. And if it's something simple like a podcast with just one microphone, it's pretty much going to sound exactly the same. But if you have any stereo audio in your project, you're going to want to hear what that sounds like in mono in case there is any kind of phase cancellation when the left and the right channels get combined together. That's definitely something you're going to want to hear and make sure that it sounds okay. But for most projects, this is going to be set to stereo, and that's what you want. If you are not super experienced at mixing and mastering and you want to make sure that you are outputting your files that meet loudness specifications for things like YouTube and Spotify and Audible, for example, an easy way to do that, although this isn't the best way to do it, but an easy way to do that is to click on this normalize button right here, and then you can input the exact specifications for the delivery platform. For Audible, for example, they want all of their files between -23 and -18 RMSI, which is RMS integrated. So to give myself a little bit of a buffer, I might do something like -18.5 or even -19 is probably a little bit safer than putting it at -18 because it could be slightly louder than that. Because even though this loudness normalization is pretty good, it's not 100% perfect. There's an option down here to only normalize files that are too loud. What this means is that it will only turn down your project if it's over this loudness specification and it won't turn it up. And if you're going to be using this post-process normalization, you definitely want to use this brick wall limit, set this to true peak, and then set this true peak value to whatever the loudness recommendation or specification is for your delivery platform. So for Audible, it's actually -3. Typically for things like YouTube, Spotify, and Netflix, this will be something like -1 true peak. And then finally, you can add a fade in and fade out to your project if you need to. If you are exporting something like MP3, you can click on this metadata option down here, and then you can add all kinds of metadata for the ID3, which is supported by MP3 and Waves and AIFF. If this were like a podcast, you can add your cover art and all of the other important metadata so that when this goes out to your delivery platform, it shows up and it displays all of the relevant metadata in the podcast player. And if you're wondering what metadata you need to use, a couple of Google searches will help you to sort that right out. Next, you have some options for output. You can see you have a primary output format and a secondary output format, which by default is not selected. What this means is that when you render, you can output two different file formats. So if you wanted to render a wave and then as a secondary, you wanted to do something like an MP3, you can do that right here. And there are a bunch of options for each one of these output formats. If this was the type of project that you want to send out to some folks to get some feedback, odds are you're not going to want to select wave because that's going to be a much bigger file than it needs to be. and you can select something like MP3 and then set the bit rate somewhere between maybe 160 to 256 or even all the way up to 320 kilobits per second. And that'll adjust how big your file is and also adjust the relative quality. The one thing that Reaper can't do is render out an AAC audio file. But if you need to do that, what you should do is render out a wave and then do a Google search to find yourself an AAC encoder. A couple more options down here that you might want to check out. One of those is silently increment file names to avoid overwriting. This can be a really handy option if you are rendering different versions and you want to make sure that you don't accidentally overwrite a previous version, because if you don't change the file name, Reaper will render over top of it. Now, it does come up with a warning, but if you're not paying attention, that's pretty easy to do. So, for example, if I render this out, you'll see that it's going to render it out. It's going to give me all kinds of loudness information right here, which is very useful. And once it's done, you can close that. But if I go to render this again, without changing the file name, Reaper's going to come up with this little warning and say, that file already exists. Do you want to overwrite it? Do you want to increment? And you can select this to always silently increment file names to avoid overwriting if you find that useful. Sometimes I actually intentionally overwrite an audio file because if I'm doing a video project and I'm mixing the audio in Reaper, I don't want to necessarily have to re-import an audio file and then line it back up, so I'll just overwrite it, which replaces my file in my project. But you're going to want to make sure that you select the right option for you and for your workflow. Once this is done rendering, you'll see there are a few useful buttons here. You can launch the file, which will open it up. You can open the folder. You can open the Media Explorer in Reaper, which will go right to where that file is. You can change the statistics that Reaper shows you when it renders. So all of these are loudness statistics. This is loudness units, full scale integrated, short-term, momentary loudness range, true peak clip, and true peak levels. You can select some different options down here if you want. If you click the back button, it goes back to the render window. If you click close, it will close that window and the render window. And that's pretty much it. Now you know how to render your projects. All right, coming up next is the final lesson in this course where you're going to get a few more tips and tricks. Check that out coming up next. You made it! Congratulations! This was a long course that covered a lot. And if you followed along, you will now be armed with the skills to tackle lots of projects in Reaper. And I hope you are excited to keep on learning because there's a lot more to explore. Because I was mostly covering the basics in this course, I didn't really get to focus on using specific effects like compression, EQ, and reverb, and others. That's because those are pretty deep topics, and covering those in detail would have made this course like 5 times longer. But get subscribed to Tuts Plus for more advanced videos on audio processing, Reaper, and much more. If you are a musician, you might be feeling like Reaper is a little bit light on instruments, and it definitely is. The synths and sampler that come with Reaper are not super useful, but there are a ton of free and premium VST instruments out there. If you want some top-shelf sampled instruments for free, check out Labs by Spitfire Audio. Labs is a series of free software instruments made by musicians for musicians, and it covers everything from basic instruments to really wacky stuff. Complete Start by Native Instruments is another great option. Complete Start is a free collection of instruments that has loads of sounds and different synths for you to use to create music with. If you need some top-shelf orchestral sounds, check out Orchestral Tools. They have some phenomenal sounding free orchestral instruments that come from their premium libraries. Orchestral Tools is one of the top orchestral library producers out there, and their collection of free instruments is awesome. Now, if you want to go premium and get all of the sounds, check out Complete by Native Instruments. There are 2 versions of Complete, Standard and Ultimate, and they are not cheap. However, they offer an unparalleled collection of instruments, synths, and effects. It's honestly astonishing. But again, there are tons of free options for sampled instruments and synths too. And you can build your virtual instrument collection one at a time. Around the end of November and into December, there are massive sales on virtual instruments. A couple of years ago, I picked up a fabulous Steinway piano instrument for something like $15. When it comes to effects, Reaper already comes with a lot of great effects. But if you want to expand your horizons into the realm of third-party effects, there are lots of free plugins out there. Check out Valhalla Supermassive or Tal Reverb 4 for great sounding reverbs that are super easy to use. If you want a different compressor to use in Reaper, I like FurComp. FurComp does peak compression extremely well with super low distortion and can be used on pretty much anything. The premium version, FurComp 2, is my go-to compressor for just about everything. For EQ, check out Nova by Tokyo Dawn Labs. Nova is on every list of best free EQ plugins for a reason. It's powerful, flexible, and sounds excellent. Nova's least sexy but best feature is that it maintains equal loudness as you EQ, which is super useful. It also can do dynamic EQ, and it has fantastic high and low pass filter options. Again, the effects in Reaper are great, but if you want to try out these effects and instruments, check out the links in the description below. And if you want access to millions of creative digital assets for one low price, check out Envato Elements. With Envato Elements, you get access to stock footage, motion graphics templates, music, sound effects, photos, vector graphics, fonts, After Effects templates, and so much more. A single subscription gives you access to everything you need to create great projects. See for yourself at elements.envato.com. Thanks again for watching this video. Let me know if you have questions or what you'd like to see covered next in the comments below. My name is Dave Bodie for Envato, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, wow, that's quite, 3 hours long course. Oof. Thank God. Okay. I think thinking about it over the next couple of, I think maybe in the next, for the next stream, probably will want to focus on, I think it was, focus on like what kind of sound, what kind of music that I want, want for the intro, and also for the mid-level game. Just kind of have to sequence it out. All right. I mean, the intro is probably going to be like the introduction, right? Like I'll probably play as a loop. But yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. But two, we're going to also. This is a lot. A lot of information. If you want to sit here for 3 hours and try to absorb everything, it is a lot. I definitely would need to find what instruments I do want. So probably need to look at the virtual instruments. Might even dig into Reddit and just play around, see what virtual instruments are there. Probably, again, right? Start simple and just go ahead and construct something out. Just build on top of my knowledge. I'm saying a lot of ums because this is a lot. Definitely live instruments. We're probably going to be using virtual instruments. Instruments can be pretty expensive, and unfortunately, given the space that I currently have, I just don't have. So I can't incorporate live instruments, but maybe down the line. And I think those are probably the two things. Looking for what, even thinking about what kind of instruments I want to add, and then that buys the secondary because I need to go ahead and try to think about what's the mood for the game, right? The music obviously has to fit with the mood. the atmosphere. I mean, it is the atmosphere, right? And with usually with to shoot 'em up, it's a bit more like spaceship, maybe solo spaceship, you against a million. But I don't know about that. I really don't know, you know. But yeah, so I think on my end, I'm definitely gonna put this course here. Actually, a lot of things. I probably would. I mean, it's great to know about, like, that you can edit in live music, but I think most people are going to really care about, I mean, live music if you do have if you do have instruments they can hook up onto, right? But if somebody who doesn't have those things but still wants some access to some instruments, probably you probably skip the live audio. Customization is in actions are essentially like it allows you to create short keys, and anything build on top of existing ones. I think that's neat, but more later, right? I mean, later on, once get more familiar with the tool and what your needs are, you could probably go ahead and create stuff with that. But other than that, you know what? Yeah, this is it. I'm gonna go ahead and upload this, and we should be starting to do something in the next stream. Yeah. All right, guys. So I'm gonna stop recording. See y'all later.